Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the District of Squamish Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, March 8th. My name is Janice Donner, and as acting mayor this month, I will be chairing this meeting. We are meeting today on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. I'd also like to recognize that today is International Women's Day. It's a day to celebrate women's achievements, educate, and raise awareness of ongoing inequality. Even here in Canada, our pay gap is still at about 8.89 cents to the dollar. And also take action towards equality. This year's theme for International Women's Day is Break the Bias. And I think that this excerpt from the campaign page captures it well. Whether deliberate or unconscious, bias makes it difficult for women to move ahead. Knowing that bias exists is not enough. Action is needed to level the playing field. So it's just an important reminder to check our biases in all the roles that we take on, whether it's at work, at home, with our friends, or with our colleagues, to step up, speak up, and take action to improve gender equity. A small but important example of that has been within this council to adopt the maternity and parental leave policy during our term, for which we were one of the first in the province, but it's now being referenced and used to support development of similar policies across other municipalities in the province. So that's just a small but notable example, and we need to keep doing more. To wrap up, a short poem from Rupi Kaur, a Canadian poet, illustrator, and photographer, author, called Legacy. It reads, "I stand on the sacrifices of a million women before me, thinking what can I do to make this mountain taller so that women after me can see further." Thank you very much. And with that, we will get on with our agenda. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Moved by Councillor Rice, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a full day today, Council, and we get to start off with Ms. Philp, who will be speaking to us about the Provincial Bill 26 implications, and I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, and also I need to share my screen, so go. Two. It's hard to get. Oh, no. Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So my name is Asia Philp. I'm with the Community Planning and Sustainability Department, and today I'll be giving a very quick presentation on the community planning related aspects of the Legislative Assembly's Bill 26. This is Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2021. So the first Bill 26 change removes the default requirement for local governments to hold public hearings for zoning bylaw amendments, but only for amendments that are consistent with the local government's official community plan. Note that this has long been an option within the Local Government Act, but Bill 26 strengthens our language here. So this would allow for public hearings for smaller zoning bylaw amendments that are aligned with the OCP to be replaced with other public engagement tools that don't require council agenda time and which could be administered by staff, with community feedback to provided to council prior to making a decision. To implement this provision, an amendment to the Land Development Procedures Bylaw would be required. So the second Bill 26 change allows local governments to delegate decisions on minor development variance permits. We call these DVPs for short, to delegate them to staff. Implementing a delegated authority for DVPs would require establishing a set of qualifying conditions that the delegated authority would be able to consider. An amendment to the district's land development procedures bylaw to set out specific criteria for determining what is considered a delegated minor variance would be required. The third and last Bill 26 change allows local governments to determine specific notice methods for public notification requirements. Local governments would be able to use newer notification options, such as online or other electronic communications. The district's already utilizing a number of communication avenues to notify the community on our development applications. Also, our traditional channels appear to be effective at reaching the public, using the newspaper and doing mailouts. So no changes are recommended by staff at this time. So thanks for your time today, and we welcome any questions or comments on these Bill 26 aspects. I'll pass it back to the chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Philp. We'll start with Councillor Race.
Thank you. When I was looking at this and just now, it seems to me that the challenge would be defining the threshold of what is minor or not. And with zoning, I don't, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, is it number of units? Is it the type of zoning? Is it changing classes, from residential to commercial or something like that? And so, and with the DVPs, the same thing, I think, is the threshold. Would we ever want it with encroachments on setbacks, for example, which seems to be, judging by the last one we had, sort of the sensitive area in those things. And so I guess, if we're talking about trying to amend that bylaw, our procedures bylaw, it would be helpful, I think, to have staff make some recommendations around that. But I think for me, I think it's fine. I agree that we don't need to necessarily do all these things, but the challenge will be defining the threshold.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I'll go to Mayor Elliott, then Councillor Finch.
Ms. Philp, the ability to waive public hearing if there's alignment between the proposed project and the OCP, is there anything provided by the province in terms of guidance of the level of engagement that's required in order to waive? The staff report speaks about using other engagement tools, but it seems to me Bill 26 was there to speed up the development process. And so if we introduce many, many layers of engagement, does that actually speed up the process? So I'm just curious about whether there was additional information provided by the province about what would need to be in place.
Through the chair, so there was not additional information provided by the province specifically on the waiving the public hearing. They have provided additional information around the public notification and what is good practice for reaching the public through notices. That's the only additional information they've provided to date.
And we talk about the amount of work it might be for our staff to do a deeper level of sort of advanced engagement if we're in a situation to waive a public hearing. But could some of that work be put on the proponents so that it's not all sitting with the district?
Through the chair, I'm of the opinion that our public information meeting practices, we put the majority of the effort to organize those on the proponent now. So I don't see that this would be similar to doing a public information meeting potentially.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. So from the staff report, we see that there are a few things that will come back to council at some point for further consideration. Do you have any thoughts at this point on how long it'll be before we see something back on this?
I would pass this question on to Jonas Velaniskis. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that we haven't planned for any resources this year, so it certainly wouldn't be this year unless we're directed by council to do so. So yeah, I think the earliest would be next year.
Okay, very good. And just following up thoughts from Councillor Race, based on recent experience, two things that I think should remain with council. Variances that seek a minor percentage reduction in setbacks and variances for minor parking space reductions and variances for decks, patios, and similar projections. Those seem to be hot button topics in our community right now. Thanks.
So I think just to clarify, my understanding from the staff report is that this is receipt for council information. And unless we give specific direction to staff to do work on this, there's no plan at the moment to advance that work, correct?
Correct.
Just to make that clear to council. Go ahead, Council Herford.
Thank you. In the staff report, a couple of things jumped out at me. The amount of, I think, under section 1, the requirement for the public hearing, the amount of public interest shown in an application. And I find it interesting because sometimes, you know, as I'm contemplating these things, I'm trying to weigh what the amount of public interest is. And then it seems to come at us in a bit of a wave at the public hearing. So I'm just wondering if staff had any idea or indication of how that would be gauged and what sort of how we'd go about finding a threshold for that, because I've been having a hard time with that myself.
Yeah, through the chair. So right now, we often put our threshold for a public information meeting. We have this in policy. We set that at 10 comments or more, but that's just an arbitrary threshold that we have deemed that is sufficient interest. And so that's something that we would have to work with council on to determine, you know, what magnitude of interest warrants a public hearing or not.
Fair enough. Thank you. And then the other piece, and we ran into this recently, it's under the DVP section. It was variances that align with the zoning bylaw amendments under consideration by council that are in process but not yet adopted. And I think this is an interesting area because that work is sort of ongoing with staff and council. And we had one recently where I was having a hard time wrapping my head around it, even though it was something that was potentially coming, but we hadn't decided exactly where we were going. So to me, there's a difference there between, you know, a concept coming for, I don't know, consideration or discussion at a committee of the whole versus something that's just waiting for adoption. And I think some careful consideration will need to be put there, just so we're not getting the carts in front of the horses, or whatever other analogy we'd choose to use for this. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Just I wanted to highlight that particular piece because it sort of states that it's ongoing work, but I don't think we've reached try to figure out where we've reached that conclusion and where that may be appropriate.
I'm going to put myself on my list and then go back to Councillor Race and Mayor Elliott. Ms. Philp. Oh, thank you, Councillor Pettengill. Ms. Philp, do we have a sense if there's any, I know that this is fairly new and hot off the press, are there any other municipalities that are looking to move any of these pieces forward that we know of at this time?
Yeah, through the chair, we haven't done the research to see if any other municipalities are moving on this.
Sure. And also just again, to clarify from my perspective, there's a whole bunch of work. So we're talking in the staff report, it says there were an average of 8 DVPs and 6 rezonings. So obviously that does have some council agenda time, but there's a fair bit of staff work that would need to happen in order to address all these questions that are coming up today. So that will take up council agenda time and staff time, and will likely just result in more work landing on staff. Is that correct?
I think that's an accurate representation of how things would play out. Yeah.
All right, thanks. I'll go to Councillor Pettengill, then Councillor Race, then Mayor Elliott.
Okay, thanks. I just have comments at this point, if that's okay. Okay, so reading through this, I'll start with the development variance permits. I do think it makes sense to proceed with developing conditions for approval. And I guess my thinking there is there's often council follows staff's recommendations, but there's enough disconnect enough times that I think regardless of which way we go, establishing a set of connections will be useful, whether we keep it in council's hands or delegate it. And then in my mind, that sets up a good test about how effective are these conditions, how often are we aligned once they're in place. And then from there, I think we could consider, after trying that out a bit, the public hearing piece. I think, we've heard that public hearings are the formal process for community feedback, and I don't know that it's the most effective way to get feedback and have engagement, but it does seem that formal piece is really important. So I'm a bit more hesitant to pursue that before we've sort of figured out a good set of guidelines that we're all comfortable with on development variances, where I think the stakes aren't quite as high. So that's where I would start personally, is the development variance piece, in establishing those conditions, and then seeing how they align with what comes forward with recommendations, and if staff ends up deciding that way initially, and go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Pettingill. Councillor Reese.
Thank you. Just it occurred to me after I spoke that the regional district has been waiving public hearings. I know I can't tell you exactly when that started, and we do have, when I was on the board at least, we did have some public hearings, and so I don't know if they've established a threshold. Frankly, I don't ever recall a discussion about it at the board table, but they did waive public hearings. As the report states, this has been in effect before, so that may give you some guidance. The other point is do we have to, and I'm going on Councillor Herford's comments, does the legislation require us to declare at the outset that we're not going to have a public hearing? Or do we just make the decision at the end of second reading, which is the time we usually pass the resolution setting the time for it? And I'm thinking, if we start off with something that looks fairly benign, but somehow generates a lot of public interest, we get a whole flock of emails, there's a lot of comments at a public information meeting, et cetera, whatever it is, that we would have as a council the opportunity to say, okay, we've kind of changed our mind and now we're going to have a public hearing and set a time after second reading. Is that contemplated by the legislation or prohibited by it?
So the legislation is silent on that. It doesn't spell out the procedures about when and where that decision would be made.
Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. I was wrestling with this report about whether to direct work or not to direct work. And the other thing we know is that the Minister of Housing is coming out with a whole slew of policies this fall. And that makes me a little bit nervous about directing work prematurely into the next council before we see that. We know this government is focused on increasing supply. And I wonder how this change in Bill 26 will interact with the changes that might be coming this fall. So I'm a little bit hesitant. But at the same time, I think the public hearing system is broken. Usually by public hearing, we've done 2 readings, and the feedback that comes in, it's very difficult for councils to then go back, because then we have to redo second hearing and then have another public hearing in order to move forward. So I think, as Councillor Pettingill said, that system's inherently flawed. The opportunity to get the feedback and the engagement from our community is actually upfront. But whose work that is, that's up for debate. I feel like if proponents want to demonstrate alignment with the OCP in order to have council determine it can waive a public hearing, I think that is a lot of their work up front to hold public information meetings and engage the community. So I still think there's work on our side to do, no doubt about it. I'm just really hesitant to move forward, but I think it has merit. The other question I wanted to ask is that in our OCP, we're working towards a neighborhood plan for all of our existing neighborhoods, and any larger areas are doing sub-area planning, which then gets attached to the OCP. So there's a neighborhood plan now for Loggers East. There will be one for Garibaldi Estates. There will be one for Crumpet Woods North. So to me, there's almost an added level of security for the community in completing those plans before we would contemplate waiving an OCP, because there's much, much more detail in a neighborhood plan versus the high level policy in an OCP. So there's actually, I feel, more protection for the community desires once a neighborhood plan's in place. And I wonder if staff have any reflections on our work in that area and how that might affect the timing of making any decision about waiving public hearings.
That's a great question. Through the chair, personally, I feel like you're on the right track. The neighborhood plans provide so much more detail down to a lot, dictating heights and land uses in much greater detail than our OCP does, which is a very high level document. So I would agree that having a neighborhood plan in place should provide the community who's had an opportunity to provide input and direct that neighborhood plan some assurance for a potential waiving of a public hearing.
So I think my feeling at this point is that we've directed a review of the CAC. We're going to be talking about C4 zoning. We have neighborhood planning underway. And then we have this big announcement that's coming this fall from the Minister of Housing. And so it feels premature to direct work on this until all those pieces start to come together, in my opinion. Thanks, Chair.
Council, any further comments? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. Going through the list, I'll start with 1, 3, and then back to 2. Regarding public hearings, I think that I'll echo Councillor Herford on the item A here, the amount of public interest shown for an application. There's some uncertainty around this. We've seen all kinds of things evolve in individual cases. So I'm less certain about making decisions around that particular issue. I think we need to keep the spectrum open as to what we're doing now in reaching out to the public. In community amenity policy, we are reviewing this upcoming, and we can perhaps return to the discussion of the community amenity contribution targets point here in that discussion later. Come back to it. As for public hearings, I would like to see if we come back to it with staff, scenarios developed so that we can better reflect on our experience and on scenarios that might evolve with present and future neighborhood plans, for example. So scenario development for our just clear look at what the implications may be. On number 3 here, allowing local governments to determine specific notice methods for public notice requirements, I agree with staff's recommendation that no changes recommended at this time. I think we have to keep all our options open in communications and be seen to be doing so. On the number 2 item, allowing local governments to delegate decisions, we already passed a delegation bylaw last January. I would prefer to see this tactic, if you like, in a bigger context of priorities and goals. I would echo Councillor Stoner's interest in what other local governments are doing on this particular issue, among others, and more generally, what the UBCM and LGLMA are making of Bill 26. I haven't followed that closely. We haven't had the opportunity of in-person meetings in those forums recently, but that is of interest, what other local governments are making of Bill 26, what they have to say about it when it came out. I agree with Mayor Elliott's comments that we have more coming down the pipe in the provincial government's packages on housing. And I would also just make a general comment or two on the background to Bill 26, which is the report by the McPhail Committee, Opening Doors, Unlocking Housing Supply for Affordability. And it is a very interesting read. It's been on my desktop for a while, and I finally did give it a read. I think that my first impression is how well we are doing and how conscientiously we are looking at giving attention to quote from the report, improving processing times and certainty in approvals. I think that a lot of things that are suggested are things that we are doing here in Squamish. The report has devotes a lot of attention to diverting attention from provincial and federal roles. The smallest section in that report is the BC Community Housing Sector chapter. And throughout the report, there is I think in places unfair, at least for Squamish and for many communities around BC, I'm sure, diverting focus to local government And I think this is of interest for all of us to read, and especially if more's coming down the pipe. It makes, it has all kinds of, the whole focus is on housing, but there's no attention at all on the part of the province to processing times and certainty approvals for commercial and industrial development. And we should also be mindful of this. There's a whole other aspect to how we address development applications on that side of things. There are strong claims made that really originate from Vancouver, and they don't apply to Squamish. And finally, there's a lot of discussion throughout the report on the idea of proactive zoning, and we may hear more about this from the province. But in those passages, I find that some of the take is a little bit cynical about local governments. It is a political report, there's no question, and some of the passages are blatantly political. But it's an interesting read. We are going to have more, and I suggest that we keep involved and also keep informed about what our neighboring municipalities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Anderson. We'll go to Councillor Pettingill, and then I'd like to wrap up.
Yeah, stand by my comments earlier. However, I don't feel that there's urgency to develop a set of conditions for DVP, so I'm comfortable sort of waiting and seeing what the province says. I'm not sure it's really will impact the conditions we want to set out as guidelines, but yeah, I think it's fine to wait. So, thank you.
All right, Councillor Race.
Well, I'll just add my voice to that. I don't see the urgency either. And that actually, I came to that conclusion when I was reading the report before I heard the mayor's comments, which is even more reason not to do it this year. So I'm content to wait till the next council sees it.
All right. Not seeing motion otherwise, we will
Move receipt.
move receipt. Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Seconded by Councillor French. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Philp, for the presentation and the background work. And we'll come back to this maybe at a later date after we hear what the province has coming in the fall. All right. Council, we are on to item number 3.2, the 2022 Squamish Transit Future Action Plan and Free Summer Weekend Transit. We have folks from BC Transit joining us, and I see Ms. Gunn. I will pass it over to you, Dora.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, the Transportation Planner with the District of Squamish. And with me today, we have Bronson Bullivant, Senior Transit Planner, and Ringma, Senior Manager of Government Relations, both with BC Transit. I'm going to pass it over to Bronson now to start the presentation.
Thank you, Dora. I'm just waiting to have the share content button unfreeze for me. Awesome, thank you. There we go. Lovely. Okay, Chair and Council, we are here today to present the final transit future action plan for Squamish. As a quick recap, the purpose of this plan is to follow the transit future plan completed in 2015, providing service and infrastructure actionable priorities that will be implemented to improve transit in Squamish over the next 5 years. We have brought forward the public engagement report and the draft priorities to Council in the past. This plan is a long time coming as we began work in the fall of 2019, following with public engagement in early 2020, right before the pandemic began. You should have received the full plan as an attachment, but today I'll be providing highlights to the key parts of the plan, as well as a summary of each of the service and infrastructure priorities. So I'll begin by discussing the system performance 2019 through 2021. I'll provide a quick recap of public engagement. Following that, I will discuss the future network of transit in Squamish, and I will then go into the years 1 to year 5 service priorities. And following that, I'll discuss the infrastructure priorities. At that time, I'll hand it over to Dora for the request for summer 22 free weekend service, as well as the final recommendations. So the graph here we see on the right is an image of the average weekday ridership 2019 to 2021. The blue line indicating projected boardings in 2019, starting with when we got APC, which is around the middle of June. Orange line is 2020, seeing the dip in March during the pandemic start. And then the gray line is last year, 2021, kind of coming up to the end of the year. So ridership sat at about 50% of pre-pandemic levels in September 2021 across BC, but Squamish's ridership rebounded more rapidly, hovering between 70% to 80% of pre-pandemic ridership levels in 2021. The end of 21 shows a decrease in ridership, which may be attributed to the Christmas holiday break. And due to the volatility in 2021 data, 2019 data was used as a baseline for ridership comparisons, as that's what we utilized for the initial round of public engagement. This is a breakdown of each route, average daily boardings between 2019 and 2021. Route 1 Brackendale moves the most people in Squamish, followed by 2 Highlands and 9 Quest University. Route 9 had grown 2021 compared to 2020, and Route 3 ridership has grown past 2019 ridership, which is good to see. There's a little gap between Route 5 and 2020 as we didn't operate the service, but ridership remained approximately the same between 2019 and 2021. The lowest performing route is Route 4 Garibaldi. It's the only service along Tantalus Road up to Skyridge Montessori School, and there's also a slight indication that ridership had grown between 2019 and 2021 ever so slightly. Again, a quick recap of engagement. This will be in your plan if you want to look, in the report, if you want to look at any of these pieces of information more closely. But definitely the top theme that we saw was having frequent transit in Squamish, having service that comes frequently enough to provide convenience and provide an effective alternative to car travel. This was highlighted when respondents indicated support for the express service between downtown Squamish and Garibaldi Village. Infrastructure improvements was also top of mind, as well as service to other areas. Most respondents wanted to see service being provided in some capacity at Alice Lake, as well as improvements to on-time performance. Many respondents indicated that service would be utilized more often if the buses were on time more often. If you don't have the public engagement report, it can be found at the link below, which is also included in the report. So this is a table showing the mode share targets that were set in 2015 and some updated targets in 2022, as well as a new KPI. The new KPI is service hours per capita. It's intended to pursue a relationship of service hours to population to ensure each person in Squamish has adequate service as compared to other systems that generate higher mode shares and customer satisfaction scores. We also have modified the goal for the 2025 transit mode share target while leaving the original 2040 transit mode share target the same. We've shifted this one to 3% as we don't expect by the time 2025 comes around that we'll be in a position to be able to meet 5% mode share, but we do plan on keeping the 2040 target as the majority of these expansion priorities should get us to that point, if not more, if we continue along this trajectory. Kind of the main piece of information within this plan is the future network of transit in Squamish. Couple key points noted on the left here. The core transit network, which was what it was referred to as in the 2015 TFP, or Transit Future Plan, has been updated to frequent transit network. The future network will be based around what is called an express network in this map on the right, which is tentatively drawn between Garibaldi Village along the highway downtown. Now that specific line will be modified or could be modified based on a consultant-led FTN study being completed this year to ensure that the specific routing between Garibaldi and downtown is the best option for it. So that'll involve a consultant being funded by BC Transit. New FTN routes will connect to this route in Garibaldi Village and downtown, eliminating routes that are longer than 30 minutes, ultimately improving on-time performance and trip consistency. There's also new routes planned for North Parks, Totem Hall, Britannia Beach, and the oceanfront development. Potential service to Loggers Lane, even though it may fall outside of the five-year scope. I included it in there as it was included in the Transit Future Plan. So now I'm going to get into maybe the more boring part of just going through each of the priorities of the next 5 years, starting with what just happened in this past January. We added an additional frequency to Route 1 Brackendale and 2 Highlands to enable the removal of combination trips on Saturdays and Sundays. We added in, or we will be adding in midday frequency in the summer to enable a consistent 35-minute headway on the Route 5 South Parks. We also improved on-time performance through changing the running times of each of the routes, which will ultimately lead to fewer routes being late, fewer trip times being late. 23-24, which will be coming up with no expansion this year, but the following year, we'll look to add frequency on the Route 1 Brackendale and the Route 2 Highlands, as well as additional buses. This will set us up nicely for when we do add the new route connecting Garibaldi and downtown, as well as the new FTN routes the following year. In following 2 years. In 24-25, we'll be adding in the North Parks introductory service, which will look to connect the service to Alice Lake. This will be contingent on infrastructure and further public engagement. This year, I believe we are planning to have a bus turnaround at the lake, so that's why we boosted this one up in the service priority list. We'll also look to have weekend improvements, adding an additional trip to the morning on 1 Brackendale, 2 Highlands, and 3 Ballycliffe, as well as expanding the span of service on 1 Brackendale, as well as increasing the frequency of 2 Highlands. The following year is the bigger expansion, which will look to essentially add in a whole bunch of new routes, as well as modifying current routes, construction of the new FTN between downtown Squamish and Garibaldi Village, as well as the new FTN route between Garibaldi Village and Brackendale, and the Route 1 will be removed, and then the new FTN between Garibaldi Village and Garibaldi Highlands, with the 2 Highlands being removed. In 26 and 27, we'll look to provide service to Britannia Beach in some capacity, connecting Totem Hall and Waterfront Landing to downtown Squamish. Again, this one's contingent on further public engagement, ensuring that we are going to the correct locations. This in 26-27 will provide an additional 1-month duration of service to 5 South Parks. This was modified in light of our presentation to council in our previous meeting, where we originally thought that might be having the 2 months of service being too much. So we took some of those hours and put them to weekend improvement service we saw on the previous slide. We'll also introduce weekend service on 4 Garibaldi in 26-27. Finally, in 27-28, we'll add additional frequency to the FTN network to ensure that we do have that 15-minute level of service throughout the entire day, with the additional bus ensuring that we can meet those that 15-minute frequency at peak times. For infrastructure priorities to complement the service level priorities, we have multiple bus stop improvements across Squamish, looking to add shelters as well as improving lighting and accessibility. So we currently have a list of stops, 15 stops that have been prioritized for future shelters and general improvements, and we do have some of those shelters coming this year. Frequent transit study, network study implementation. So the goal of the study is to determine the specific routing for each of the new FTNs. Additionally, to see if there are any areas for future transit priority measures. We have a new operations and maintenance facility coming in, as well as we'll have to construct a Garibaldi Village Transit Exchange to ensure that each of those 3 FTNs connecting Squamish, Brackendale, and Highlands have a place to lay over at Garibaldi Village. I'm going to now pass it on to Dora for her 3 slides.
Great, thank you, Bronson. So we included free summer weekend transit in this presentation, just so we'd be prepared ahead of time for summer 2022. Free summer weekend transit service began in 2019 with the support of the Sea to Sky Gondola. It runs on all routes between mid-June and the Labor Day weekend. The district was able to continue it in 2020 and 2021, even without the gondola's support. And staff are proposing to continue it again in 2022. And the gondola has indicated that they should be able to support it and the Route 5 again this year. So next steps are to develop a transit partnership agreement with the gondola, and also explore whether the casino might be willing to contribute this year. Next slide, Bronson. Moving on to budget implications. So for the Transit Future Action Plan, no immediate budget decision is required. Decisions on transit expansion budgets first come to council through the 3-year transit expansion MOUs. These come to council annually. And then the final decisions are made through both the municipal and provincial budget processes. At a high level, the Transit Future Action Plan, all the proposals that are contained in it, but not including infrastructure, so not including bus stops or the new transit maintenance facility, they would result in an approximate doubling of service hours, buses, and the budget that we see in the annual operating agreements. For free summer weekend transit, the estimate is that about $13,000 of revenue would be lost. This can be accommodated in the 2022 budget, but it will likely be covered by the transit partnership agreement with the gondola. Next slide, Bronson. And finally, these are the recommendations that were included in the staff report. And that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you to take the presentation down just so I can see everybody. And I'll go to council for questions. Mayor Elliott.
I'm curious, with the Clean BC plan having pretty aggressive targets for mode share, so reduce distances traveled by automobiles in 2030 by 25% relative to 2020 numbers, why our mode share numbers are still so low in our transit action plan?
That's probably a question best answered by BC Transit and not me.
Yeah, thank you, Dora, and through the chair. It is a good question of why we're remaining the mode share target at 10%. Now, there is always the option to boost our goals to 15, 20%, but realistically, this action plan is intended to serve the purpose of what we can do within 5 years and how we can progress towards the goals. If we were to set our goals to 15%, let's say, that is going to be, considering we're at right now 0.8%, and we were at 1.3% prior to the pandemic. And currently we're going through the process of ridership projections, and ultimately we won't be seeing ridership reaching the levels that we were at before for another 3 years. And I know that Squamish was rebounding more quickly, but with all of those facts in mind, setting a goal to something that is essentially unattainable with how we currently have transit service in Squamish, with our service hours per capita so low, it's just something that is ultimately unattainable. That being said, to show that we are trying to move towards those goals, I do see merit in increasing the 2040 mode share target, but ultimately there's going to have to be significant changes to make that happen that I don't think could happen strictly through these forms of transit service action plans and future plans.
But is this plan over the next 5 years really designed to drive towards those really big shifts in mode share? So we're prioritizing some of the Northern Parks routes before we're prioritizing rapid service to Valley Cliff and other parts of the community. And the business park isn't mentioned here at all. And so if we're really trying to focus on mode shift of our community and getting them out of cars, is this a plan that's focused on those very aggressive goals to help us get there by 2030? Because that foundation and that groundwork about the thing that people want the most is reliability, frequency of service. And it feels like it's taking us quite a while to get there because we're prioritizing some of our tourism assets over just getting people on the bus Monday to Sunday, 365 days of the year.
Through the chair, again, that is a good point in terms of prioritizing commuter-based ridership over tourism ridership. But one of the main themes we did here within the plan was to have these tourist-based services. So it's kind of a two-pronged response. One is that if we focus on improvements to things like Alice Lake and South Parks, from a perspective of the residents living within Squamish, we are responding to their asks of having service everywhere across Squamish. So all of a sudden, now that they're seeing Squamish in a light where we're responding to their requests, they will most likely theoretically utilize service more often. And about 50%, if maybe 60% of the service hours within the plan are allocated strictly to having that new FTN connection between Valleycliff, downtown, Garibaldi, and then the two branches to Brackendale and Highland. So that the majority of the focus is on resident commuter-based service. The other priorities are definitely, they're included in it, but they're more of a, they're much lesser in terms of the total cost. We're just addressing the requests of the residents and listening to the engagement results.
One of the pieces that is mentioned in this study but not really addressed is digital on demand. And I know BC Transit is doing some feasibility studies, but there's no room in our plan to even contemplate that. And we have areas, especially First Nations reserves, and that are not connected to transit. And so, but there's no language in here saying that we would contemplate digital on demand for some of our lower density parts of our neighborhoods within this 5-year plan. And so I'm just curious why that is.
Through the chair, we are exploring digital on demand as we're very, very early on in the process, and maybe I'll speak, or I'll let Rob speak to digital on demand in terms of BC Transit wide, but in terms of why we didn't include it in the plan, within 5 years, it isn't something that is attainable, as our feasibility study doesn't dictate digital on demand being an option pretty much for the next 3 years, I want to say, in terms of in terms of the contract signing and getting to that point. Now, that being said, there's always an option that could fall within this study that we're completing this year of looking at potentially converting routes from conventional service to paratransit or on-demand service. We do have on-demand service already. It is an option, and it could be a cheaper option to go into digital on demand, because digital on demand is very, very expensive in terms of the ridership output. But that is something that we could explore as well. It's just within the 5-year plan, it isn't something that we believe was attainable for Squamish. In terms of other priorities that kind of took priority, for lack of a better phrase. But Rob, do you want to speak to digital on demand in a larger sense?
Yeah, for sure. Just through the chair. Yeah, BC Transit has recently completed our digital on-demand feasibility study. So we did a bunch of work this year in 2 communities, Cranbrook and Kelowna, to just really determine what are some of the key success factors for digital on demand. What are the key success factors that we can then look at other systems if they line up to those success factors in certain areas that we know that these are feasible opportunities for implementing digital on demand. So the kind of next steps in that process right now, actually that feasibility study is most likely to be made public, I believe, either this week or next week. So we should be sharing that with all of our local government partners for review. And then we'll start to work out that, roll out that digital on-demand transit in probably 1 or 2 communities starting in 2023. So think of those as kind of pilot communities. As Bronson mentioned, we're currently in the process of recruiting the resources we need internally to manage the implementation of a digital on-demand service. We want to identify, as I mentioned, those pilot communities. We have to basically source a province-wide software solution, develop all the provincial branding, and kind of finalize the KPIs and success measures for a service like that to be implemented. So I think to Bronson's point, this plan, was kind of started and worked on prior to digital on demand, which has kind of rapidly grown in terms of its notoriety and understanding. And I think the plan still would have some flexibility down in later years as we develop our program to look at different opportunities. Just one piece that did come up in the feasibility study from what I've read is that there definitely is some opportunities to incorporate digital on demand where there's low ridership routes feeding into a frequent transit network or a kind of spine network. So I definitely believe our planning department will definitely be looking at these things and looking for opportunities to incorporate them if, again, the criteria and the feasibility line up.
Just a follow up. I mean, we know communities like Powell River have on demand. They've done that on their own. And we have First Nations reserves that are not close to our bus, but that is a priority for BC Transit, is to connect First Nations to transit. And so we have Route 4 that is not well used. And it just seems a shame to be paying for empty buses when a more on-demand system could be looked at there. Same with Quest University until that campus and neighborhood grows in density. So I'm surprised by its absence, because we are promoting this frequent transit network down the highway, but then sort of not paying attention to reaching all the points of our established neighborhoods in order to feed that network. that looks to me like it's going to take a very long time to do if we don't start looking at some creative means to connect people to that spine. Thank you, Chair.
I had a similar line of questioning, so I'm just going to jump in and then I'll go to Councillor Pettingill on my list and then Councillor Anderson. And I guess my question is that there's also, we know that there's federal grant monies on this side that have been utilized by municipalities like Powell River. And so I'm just curious if we've explored the use of the Rural Transit Solutions Fund and how we might be able to take advantage of that to expedite some of this digital on demand.
Through the chair, I guess that's you, Chair Stoner. So just to respond to that, so I manage, I work with Powell River and the Sunshine Coast as well as the Sea to Sky Corridor. Yes, Powell River did tap into a Canadian Innovation Fund to help support their pilot of their digital on demand or Zungabus service. Working with, I believe it's Spare Labs is the technology. So a couple pieces, they applied for that. It was a one-time grant. There is no, currently one of the other challenges is BC Transit does not have, because we do not have a our own solution, there is no funding model from a BC Transit perspective. So that's another piece that we're working on as we roll this out, is what the funding model through BC Transit would look like for that type of service. So yeah, that's currently in discussions and part of this overall process. The other grant that you mentioned, the Rural Transit Fund, which is that's again a federal program. Those programs, the Canadian Innovation Fund, the Rural Transit Program, those are not funds that BC Transit applies for funding through. We obviously have our funding sources through the ministry, but those are more for actually other partners to apply for and see if they can take advantage of that funding. So I believe in Powell River, that's how they applied for that funding. They were able to implement their pilot project, and one of the challenges right now is, how do we over time see how we can have their digital on demand system and the BC Transit funded system kind of work and integrate as we develop our own digital on demand program, and eventually look at potential transitions of that service.
All right, thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. A couple questions and a comment. Just for context, Bronson, I'm wondering, can you remind me of what the ridership numbers are or targets are? I guess numbers in Vancouver and maybe some of the just sort of a range in Greater Vancouver area. What is the mode share in those areas?
So mode shares, sorry, through the chair, mode shares through the province, and to be honest, I might misspeak here with Greater Vancouver, but I think that they're around 15 to 20%, depending on the region. Whistler is just another one. They're about 15, a little lower now, maybe around 12%. Victoria, a little higher up. I want to say that they're around 10%. And again, I might be, I'd have to double check, but I think those are the numbers, roughly.
Okay, thank you. And then
Oh, sorry, Councillor Pettingill. If I could just one piece is TransLink did just release their 2050, their future plan for 2050. I'm pretty sure they would have some mode share targets and probably some statistics there you might be able to use as a resource.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of Squamish Nation and making sure there's adequate service there, is that a conversation that we as a local government have with the nation, and then sort of bring that forward to our plan so that comes indirectly through us, or do we have a table where they're at the table with us and you sort of working this out?
I can try to speak to that. I'm not sure that I'll get it right. So Rob, please jump in if I misspeak. But my understanding is that it would probably be a conversation between the district and the nation at this point. And then if we were requesting that they fund a portion of that, then we would create a transit partnership agreement with them for that. And it would get then included into our annual operating agreement, the costs.
Yeah, through the chair, Dora. Yeah, so in other BC Transit systems, there are different kind of formats on how partnerships with First Nations do work. As Dora explained, that is one of them. We can sit down and discuss transit service options to different First Nations communities. We can calculate the cost of said transit service, and then it really is up to our local government partner and their existing relationships, how they want to handle those costs that are involved. But just to answer the question, Councillor Pettingill, it is obviously a priority for BC Transit to look at increasing service to our First Nation communities. I believe, again, through a lot of our public feedback and engagement, we work very hard to try to get engagement with our local First Nation communities. So yeah, it's definitely a priority for us, and look forward to working with the district on improving service in that area.
Okay, thank you. And then one thing I think we've asked about in the past, but and I didn't see it mentioned in the plan, maybe it's too much of a detail, but sort of trailers or mechanisms for, if a group of people, they're all riding their mountain bikes together. So can you put 15 bikes on a bus, or some paddle boards, or sort of rec equipment? Is sort of investigating some of those options part of this plan?
Through the chair, I know we've evaluated options for some similar activities. I know we're going through the process of looking into service in Tofino, and I know they went through the process of looking at getting longboards on the bus, and ultimately that having, and I might be wrong, Rob, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they said that wasn't possible. And in terms of more mountain bikes, again, I think as we go through the procurement process of getting new buses, we're always trying to see if we can fit more than two bikes on there. But it always comes down to the same issue of the turning radius and the headlights being too impeded. But so essentially through this specific action plan, there's no recourse to evaluate the opportunities for adding more mountain bikes or paddle boards or such. Although I do believe if it was an inflatable paddleboard, they should be able to put it on, no problem.
Yes, and just to follow up through the chair, this question does come up fairly frequently. So, councillors, it's a great question. Bronson kind of hit the nail on the head. From a safety perspective, there's definitely some operational considerations that prevent us from being able to have more capacity on buses. A couple of things I know of, or that I think from a plan perspective we should maybe consider, is on the infrastructure side of things. What can we be looking at to build bike racks, secure bike racks at our different exchanges and bus locations, so that we can still encourage people to use cycling as a mode of transportation to still connect into our transit network. So that's kind of one opportunity. I know TransLink is also exploring, it's kind of a European model of actually having a section of their buses with kind of bike racks in the actual bus itself versus the bike racks that Bronson had mentioned that cause some kind of issues from a safety and operations perspective. So it'll be interesting to see how that program, if they do move forward with that, rolls out. So I think those are just a couple of considerations that we can make. But I definitely believe from an infrastructure side, making sure that people can take their bike from their home to a transit exchange and then get on transit and then use that on the way back, kind of first mile, last mile piece, is definitely something we should be considering.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, it'd be great if we could figure out some more options to move some of the equipment with people. And I guess it ties into my comment where, as I was reading through the report and thinking about Alice Lake, previously I've been quite hesitant about focusing on that. But the one question I had is, as much as people say the obstacle is frequency and so on, I wonder, in terms of a big mode shift, how much of it is just transit hesitancy, to sort of reuse a bit of a term for another context, and would, is that the hook to get people to try? So, more transit to really fun areas on the weekends, does that get a lot more people comfortable and thinking, hey, I actually might want to ride a bus more? And so what is our better path to increase the ridership? And I don't have a hypothesis at this point, but it was a question I was wondering about.
Yeah, through the chair, that's definitely one of the reasons why we look at exploring options for service to new areas, is that it all of a sudden makes transit more interesting to residents now that they have the ability not only to go downtown or use the bus for work, but they have the ability to use it to go to parks and to places where they might not usually be able to go because either it's too long of a bike ride or they don't have a car themselves. So that could definitely increase the opportunity for them to try the bus out. And when they try the bus out, they realize it's something that they could use more often. And then they'll hop on the new frequent service that they have downtown to go to work. So definitely something that is included in how we plan these things out. And just for clarity, one of the reasons why the Alice Lake opportunity did increase in terms of the level of priority is that, and Dora, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but MOTI is going to be building a transit accessible roundabout, which wasn't planned so early on. So now that we have the ability to go there, and the fact that it was so heavily requested through public engagement, it was kind of a no-brainer to boost it up the ranks, so to speak.
Go ahead, Ms. Gunn, and I'll move on.
To the chair, just a minor note there is that it's not MOTI, it's BC Parks that's building the transit stop yet.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Pettingill, anything else this time? No. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Two questions. Firstly, as we are looking ahead 3, 4, 5 years here, we will hope to have a regional transit solution in place within this time period. And my question is, are we exploring scenarios for addressing interface with a future or enhanced regional transit service, such as early morning interface in the scheduling? We do have a private sector operation doing early morning runs to the city, and there isn't an interface at the present time, but it just illustrates the opportunity, if you like, ongoing in future. I don't know whether that service provider would be able to add a bigger bus if there were an early morning connection there. But what kind of scenarios are being contemplated for interfacing with the future regional transit service?
I can.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, Bronson, do you want to speak to some of the planning work that's been done in the previous?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So the question you're asking is a great one. We do plan to have regional service soon. This specific plan was specifically designed to not incorporate regional service. So that's an entire different entity than conventional service in Squamish. Now, that being said, there's two kinds of planning that I do at BC Transit. There's strategic planning, which this plan is, and there's operational planning. Operational planning is changing schedules all of the time, looking to optimize service all of the time. And one of the pieces of operational planning will be to ensure that when we do bring regional transit into Squamish, that the routes do align from a timing point perspective and from a scheduling perspective to ensure that when they arrive or when they depart, we have transit vehicles at those same transit exchanges to incorporate getting on and off the bus. Additionally, through this, we're looking to do a couple different exchange studies in the coming years. One of them looking to eventually build out a new downtown transit exchange, as well as I said earlier, the Garibaldi Transit Exchange. Now, I don't know if the regional service would go to the Garibaldi Exchange, but it definitely would interact with the downtown exchange. And as part of that downtown exchange development, we'll be incorporating a bay for regional service in the future. So we'll be planning for that as well. Not incorporated specifically in this plan, but that will be incorporated in operational planning that happens annually.
And that, of course, will address scheduling as well. My second question is perhaps from Ms. Gunn. Our guests have highlighted the North Park service topic, 2025, contemplated for review again to Alice Lake and perhaps neighboring parks. Further public engagement and infrastructure needs were mentioned. My question is, for that further public engagement, what might it look like and who leads it? For example, we have over the past year implemented a visitor management plan with partners here in the corridor. Might it be a different kind of engagement in that they are very directly stakeholders and maybe should be part of that North Parks service discussion in a different way than we have done public engagement or other route decisions in the past? And who leads it? Does the district play a bigger role, a different role relative to BC Transit in that engagement process and how it's designed?
Thank you. Through the chair. So when this was written, we actually didn't have the information, or BC Parks has moved very fast recently to create this new stop. And so that was somewhat unanticipated at the time that this plan was being developed. With that in place, kind of one of the big check marks has been checked, which is excellent. And then moving forward, I do think there's probably some need for a bit of engagement, but not perhaps to the extent that we were originally anticipating before we knew what BC Parks had planned. I'm not sure that we would need to do more general public engagement at this point, given that it already occurred through this Transit Future Action Plan process, and we had pretty strong response from the public on this one. So whether we might need to do a little bit more specific targeted engagement, that is a question mark that we would probably need to discuss. And if we were to do that, it could be led either by BC Transit or by us, perhaps better by us in this case if it's just very targeted.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I'll go to Councillor Herford, then I myself on list, and back to Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. I really appreciated the nod to the first mile, last mile aspect as we move towards that more frequent service through the center of town. So I look forward to seeing the ability to ride a bike, an e-bike, to hop on the bus to finish the journey. So I think that's important, and I was happy to hear that come up in the conversation today. I am curious about sort of the other forces that would drive ridership. Obviously, the service that we're all working to provide is one of the drivers, the quality and frequency of the service. But we've seen gas tip over $2 a liter. We've seen in our community, we've been having challenges with the school bus service also, and that falls to transit. And I'm just curious how much room is in here, and how much, like, how those other factors, and those factors we're not yet aware of or feeling the effects of, are contemplated in here, as there is a major focus on improving our service. But even the service, whatever level it is that is provided, there are these other forces driving ridership. I'm just curious how those pieces interplay, if anyone wants to take that one on.
Through the chair, I can speak briefly to that, I think. I'll start us off anyways. I think perhaps that what you're referring to is the mode share targets when you're talking about this. So, I mean, mode share targets are difficult to predict, and some of these outside forces like gas prices aren't something that we can predict too far ahead. So I think what we have to do is base our mode share targets off of what we see in other places with similar, layouts and levels of services we do. And then as we move forward, we can adjust based on these external forces that are happening on us. And then second to that, there are some other items that are not included in this plan that we do have more control over, notably land use planning. And so we are working closely with the planning department on that, as everyone here is very well aware. So that's a piece of it that plays into it as well. Robert Bronson, I'm not sure if you had anything to add to that.
Yeah, through the chair, maybe I'll just make a couple comments. I think it's a great question and a great point. And really, at the end of the day, how do we increase ridership? How do we move mode share, and what are a couple of the other tools in the toolbox? And I think a couple of things I look at, and again, it is focused around customer experience. So District of Squamish is a Next Ride community. We've just rolled out, or starting to roll out, kind of the second phase of Next Ride across our other systems. I think our legacy Next Ride 1.0 systems will eventually get kind of an upgrade to Next Ride 2.0, which I think again is going to be beneficial. Electronic fare collection system. So we're just finishing up kind of our feasibility and basically have a rollout plan for electronic fare collection. Again, making it easier for people to get on the bus, reducing those barriers for people to travel are important. A couple other pieces I think was already mentioned. First mile, last mile, digital on demand probably has a role in there as well, servicing some of those areas. connecting into the main kind of frequent networks. And then just from a BC Transit perspective, also marketing. So, we've made, kind of ridership recovery is a key priority for us as an organization because we know it's important to us. We know it's important to our local government partners. So we've got a pretty robust marketing campaign that really just talks to the convenience, the ease, the benefits of transit ridership versus some of those other modes. So just wanted to kind of provide a little bit of that context. So we do look at, this is a strategic plan that clearly looks to increase frequency, to increase, service, but there are some of those extraneous factors that we can continue to work on that can help us to improve the customer experience and move people in terms of mode share.
I would just like to add on one more thing through the chair, if you don't mind. Just to kind of wrap everything up a little bit succinctly. Thank you. We are also looking to implement a low carbon fleet program. Rob, I don't know if you touched on that, but that's kind of a huge part of our expansions in the future is adding electric buses. And in theory, electric buses should attract new riders as well, as it's much greener and follows in line with a lot of Squamish's plans in terms of setting up for an environmentally smarter future. And also on the digital on-demand front, I kind of like to use this opportunity just to kind of wrap up Mayor Elliott's last comment in regards to how we look to use digital on-demand in the future. And I just want to also clarify that the new future FTN service between Garibaldi and downtown isn't necessarily going to be on the highway. This study that we're looking to complete this year, which is going to be a consultant-led study as they have more experience with traffic and transportation modeling, will evaluate not only where that route will go, if it's through the business park, if it's on the highway, if it's on Loggers Lane, probably won't be, but that's an option as well. We'll also incorporate how the Route 4 Tantalus is being utilized, because right now the Route 4 Tantalus does go along the highway connecting Garibaldi to downtown. So through this study, there might be an opportunity to highlight the Route 4 as an on-demand service that just goes between Garibaldi, with a new transit exchange going to be up into Tantalus and back. And if that happens, an on-demand service is not out of the realm of possibilities. One note about digital on-demand is that it's kind of perfect for routes that have 8 rides per hour or lower. Anything over 8 rides per hour, 8 trips per 8 boardings per trip. Anything over that, the service becomes very ineffective because the trip, too many people are getting on the bus, it takes longer, and all of a sudden it's not convenient at all. So if an on-demand service was all crossing over places that are super dense and picking up people in those areas, that service becomes very, very ineffective very, very quickly. So that new potential Tantalus route that just connects from Garibaldi into Tantalus might be the perfect opportunity to explore on-demand service. So this FTN study is what we're calling it, but this study that's it's going to be completed this year, will evaluate all of those options as part of it in terms of final results. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Harford.
Thank you. The North Parks route, I'm really happy to see. I don't think anyone wants to see more trees cut down in Alice Lake Provincial Park to accommodate more parking, and they're definitely reaching or exceeding capacity of that park already. So this is great news. I'm curious if it comes with any improvements to the intersection of the highway, as we're considering putting a bus through here. And I know that the wait times at that intersection vary widely. And when we're contemplating on-time performance as an indicator or just safety of intersection, if the other arms or branches or legs of the provincial government are on board with this project.
Thanks to the chair. So MOTI recently did a study in Squamish of the Squamish Highway Corridor, and that intersection and improvements to it were flagged. There's no date attached to it for improvements. At the time that study was completed, BC Parks had not yet let me know about the improvements there. So certainly now that this is rolling, I will be back in touch with MOTI to let them know what's happening and see if we can get a timeline for improvements at Alice Lake at the intersection.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions I guess I'm curious why we need to wait until 2025 to implement the frequent transit network. So we are proposing to increase some services and the rough number of additional buses on other routes between 2023 and 2024. So why are we not focusing on the frequent transit network first?
Through the chair, the main reason why we're not focusing on implementing that immediately is because we initially had it the year previous, but due to the fact that we don't have expansion this year, we pushed it back 1 year, but also we have to wait until the completion of, we have to know exactly where the route is going to be best located. So as part of this study, we'll evaluate that. We also have to complete the infrastructure required as part of this specific improvement, which is having the exchange at Garibaldi Village, as well as any improvements in terms of accessibility bus stops that are required as part of that big change. We also want to prepare the public for it because it is a big shift. We'll be doing some marketing and communications plans specific for that, which will take quite a while to do properly. If that was the first priority that we were to be implementing, it would happen too soon. We also need additional buses and additional frequency on the routes 1 and 2 to set up for that. So theoretically, we could do all of the hours, all of the buses at one time, but it would be a system shock to the current users of the system, current riders system. And we've seen in some systems, Campbell River is one that comes off the top of my head, is that we tried to implement something too quickly, and it was taken very, very negatively from the residents. So that's something we're trying to avoid with this specific plan.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just to confirm that the frequent transit network study can be completed this year, that there aren't any budget constraints to that?
Through the chair, great question. I've been told through my superiors that we do have funding for that. It doesn't involve, or won't involve Squamish to contribute to it. So right now I believe we are, but it might be, I'm hoping it's completed this year, and I have all intentions of having that completed this year.
And that study will look at where the Garibaldi exchange should be in the level of service that's needed for an exchange?
Yeah, it'll be citing the specific location. We have some ideas in mind of where that will be, but we'll be working with a consultant to essentially determine if that's the right location. It will determine where the route should go. If the current routing through the business park, which the Route 1 and 2 currently and Route 9 currently go through, if that's the right one, or if the more efficient route on the highway makes more sense while keeping local routes servicing the business park. It'll look at all of those things, and then ensuring that the capacity of the exchange is appropriate for not only the current level of service that we will have, but also future levels of service.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of engagement on the plan, I'm curious if the bus drivers were consulted in development of the Transit Future Action Plan.
Through the chair, they were. We incorporated and distributed the links to the survey initially through the operating company, and then we also had them review the draft plan prior to circulating it to council. So we gave them a paper version of it to review and provide comment to.
Great, thank you. I have Mayor Elliott, and then there's a motion staff recommendation, and I'd like to move on to that after you, Mayor Elliott.
The language around expansion to Britannia Beach is strange to me because that's SLRD. And so the language doesn't reflect that we'd be working with SLRD to put in a service area tax because it's really their service to pay for. And so I'm curious as to why that's worded the way it is. It sounds like we're going to provide service to Britannia Beach.
Through the chair.
Sure,
Yep, that's a very excellent comment, actually, Mayor Elliott, and it's something that had occurred to me recently as well. It is true that if we do provide, or if we do work with Britannia Beach to get service going there, it would need to be a shared cost thing. And so perhaps we could make a minor update to the plan just to change the wording to reflect that. Yeah.
The other piece that is curious to me is that our oceanfront park is being built right now. That's a new 12-acre park that will connect people to the water. And it's one of the areas people actually asked for transit service. And yet we're prioritizing north parks, which come with a lot of infrastructure problems, around the highway and getting things built within the park before getting people to our own parks, like the new waterfront landing park or the oceanfront park. So I'm wondering how that came into the thinking and the creation of this plan.
Through the chair, I think I can speak to that one as well. So the thinking for oceanfront is that we need some amount of density or big draw down there. Now, perhaps once the park is built, that might be sufficient. We'd have to wait and see. But in order to service that area, the current plan is to deviate one of the existing routes down there to do a little loop. So that is something that we could potentially do throughout the course of this 5-year plan if it needs to happen that soon, if needed, even given the existing plan. It's not as big of a change as some of the other things included in the plan.
I guess we have a new 12-acre park. We want people to develop good habits around visiting our parks, which is not getting in their car and really trying to promote the mode shift. And so when I just think this plan is lacking the wording about trying to encourage new behaviors as new assets come on board, we're going to make this a driving to park. So there will be a brewery down there and a sales center and a huge 12-acre park. And so it just feels like it's been left to much, much later rather than contemplating what that route change would be in the next 5 years to ensure that people are developing good habits about getting down to the oceanfront.
Through the chair, on the future network page of the plan, there is a line that indicates service to oceanfront. And as to Dora's point, it doesn't necessarily need a service priority or hours allocated to it because the total sum of hours, depending on how many times we provide service throughout the day, would be minimal as compared to other routes. And I might be wrong on this, but I was under the impression that the full build out of the brewery, of housing, would be outside of the 5-year horizon. And if it's outside of the 5-year horizon of the plan, which is 27, 28, that would in theory be included in the next TFAP, which would begin around that time as well.
Go ahead. The other question I have, and I think we should check that timeline because Carbon Engineering already has people working in its building on the oceanfront. We've already got DP approves for more commercial space, and we have the DP approved for the brewery and the sales centers. So I'm not sure it is out to 2027. And we have a 12-acre park that people have been waiting for, I don't know, 15 years. And I think that is a draw. Like, it's a tourism draw. It's a local draw. So I'm not sure in this case it actually is based on density. It's about making sure there's good access. The piece around providing a bus to Alice Lake makes abundant sense. I know a lot of our local citizens want to get there. They hate waiting for parking. But also it's a BC Parks problem. And I don't feel like solving a problem and paying for a problem that actually belongs to BC Parks. And so I think there has to be something in this plan that speaks to developing a partnership with BC Parks or looking at where that funding should come from, because I don't feel like it should come from just the taxpayers of Squamish. They have parking problems at Shannon Falls. They have parking problems at Alice Lake. They have parking problems at Cat Lake. They have parking problems at Brome Lake. And for us to just cover that problem for them, and they get to just do the infrastructure, seems weird to me. So I think that requires some additional conversations with with Flynn Row, with BC Parks, or maybe it's under the new ministry. I don't know, but it doesn't seem fair that I've got to solve this whole problem for them with our taxpayer dollars when we are going to bring them visitors. And in fact, maybe it would be too successful and then the parks are overrun. So like, that's a deep conversation to have with BC Parks. And I think putting it in our plan without reflecting that kind of engagement with those ministries is a bit of a miss.
Thank you. Council there. Go, Miss Gunn, did you want to respond to that?
I'm happy to respond. So we have a bit of time yet before we get to the point of potentially implementing that service to BC Parks. So I'm happy to initiate a conversation with them.
Thank you for that context. Council, there's a staff recommendation. There's two actually, so we'll do them separately. There's also alternative recommendations in the council package. Is anyone willing to entertain putting something on the floor? Mayor Elliott.
I don't think this plan is actually ready for approval. I think there's key things missing here. So I think that the District of Squamish asked that the 2022 Squamish Transit Future Action Plan incorporate feedback from council and bring back to a future committee of the whole.
Anybody willing to second that motion? Seconded by Councillor Herford. Mayor Elliott, go ahead.
I think it's really important that our, excuse me, Squamish Transit Future Action Plan reflects the concepts like diversity, equity, inclusion, and our focus on truth and reconciliation. And I feel like there's not enough acknowledgement of the need to connect First Nations to the core transit system. I think there needs to be deeper thought in changing the language around access to Britannia Beach and how we'll support these seasonal bus routes to the South Parks. Grateful to the gondola for stepping up to do that and potentially the casino, but also just reflecting in our plan that we're not just assuming responsibility for the North Parks, that there may be other partners to fund that. I'm concerned that there's no language in here about looking at on-demand or digital on-demand as we move through this 5-year plan. So even if we can't commit to something, I just want to see more of that sort of flexibility and creativity so that we're not locked in. The other piece is that the business park, and I know this is to be explored through the future transit, frequent transit network piece, but that area is densifying. There's a lot of employment going in there. It's also where Walmart is situated. And if you ask the bus drivers, that is a key location for a lot of people. And we haven't really addressed how we're going to connect people to work. That was one of the biggest pieces of feedback we got from the engagement survey, is that transit schedule doesn't align with my work and school schedule, and the bus is not frequent enough. And I also think that this plan needs to really connect with our community climate action plan and our goals in there around mode shift, as well as reflect the the Clean BC plan around the very aggressive mode shifts that they're planning for 2030, 2040 and beyond. So I think it's missing context. I think it's missing some details, and I'd like to see it come back.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. I have a speakers list. I'll go to Councillor Herford, Anderson, and then French, and then Pettingill.
Thank you. I agree. The First Nations and connectivity, I think, is missing, and I know that the totem hall was called out specifically in there, and it seemed late in the plan, and would like to see sort of a more coordinated rollout, whatever that is, whether it's an on-demand as a potential solution, or even potential solutions would be helpful in here as we move through the plan. I think I agree with Mayor Elliott's observation around the SLRD Britannia Beach piece, and I think that's needs to be flushed out. And also, anything that goes to Britannia Beach would be amiss if it didn't include yet another BC Parks on the way, with Mirren Lake experiencing its own challenges there. And I know that's a challenge to accomplish, but maybe that's another discussion to have with BC Parks. And so I think there's more work to be done here. Specifically for me, though, that the nation piece needs to be elevated. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Mayor Elliott referred to the increasing employment density that we can anticipate in the business park. Yesterday, our Economic Development Department hosted a regional labor market panel discussion called the Future of Labor. And the issue of transit as a factor for businesses trying to address challenges in meeting their labor demands did come up. And an interesting observation was made about the number of employees at Chikai. In fact, between 2 or 3 businesses there, directly in Chikai, and of course next door is the Chikai Reserve, the Chuckmas Reserve number 11 neighborhood. There's about 120 people working there in high season. It was quite surprising. One of those businesses has explored trying to find transit solutions for its employees, namely the sawmill, when it was operating in full bore, and probably will be again. So I would just make the general observation that perhaps there are conversations to be had with or joining conversations between transit and what our economic development department and its partners forum are discussing in meeting our labor issues, which are quite pressing and diverse. But one of the issues involved is facilitating transit for employees. So maybe there's some conversations there that we're not pursuing. Maybe we are, but I think they should be considered important. Thank you.
Councillor Finch.
Thanks, Chair. So the Transit Future Plan, as we currently see it, I think is a good start. And I agree that there are a few key things missing, specifically referencing the SLRD, BC Parks, private businesses, and the Squamish Nation a bit stronger as our partners in improving the transit system in our community. So the motion in front of us, I support it this time. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill and Councillor Race.
Yeah, thanks. I'll support the comments of my colleagues, and just to say, I mean, I think our comments demonstrate how important we feel transit is and how excited we are about it. And so, you know, I do agree. There's a lot of things in this that made me happy, and then excited to go further, and don't want to wait to go further. Want to see that in there now if we can find a way. And I do just want to highlight, I think it's maybe not sufficient to rely on better in end of trip infrastructure. And I think it's really important and great to have better bike parking and so on. But we do see private operators that have figured out ways to move larger numbers of bikes or paddle boards and stuff around. In my mind, I'm wondering, is there a way that meshes well, maybe with on demand or smaller vehicles as part of that? But I do think we need to get creative. I think here, if people can't take their bike or their paddleboard or whatever on the bus, and they say, well, then I obviously need a truck or a car. If you bought a truck and you have one, you're not going to use the bus probably. So I think it's really key, given this community, that we do figure out ways that the transit system can support that, and you know, would love to see some trials and pilots and experimentation around that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Race.
Thank you. And I also concur with the comments of my colleagues, and specifically with respect to the Britannia Beach comment. We have had discussions going back before the pandemic, actually, with the representatives of the SLRD, and that did contemplate sharing. We didn't get specific beyond that, but certainly they were going to be part of the program. And the other thing that's happened now in the last couple of years is some significant development proposals have now started to go through the pipeline for not just sort of what we call downtown Britannia, where the old village part is, but also into Furry Creek. And so I think we'd have to consider that entire area, which is a little bit of an extension by itself, because that's where the population is going to start growing, I think, quite quickly. The other was the comment about the oceanfront. And I'm thinking, you know, I think that's going to grow quite quickly. And I agree with the mayor in that once the park is there, demand will start increasing. And so I think I don't have a specific solution in mind, but I think there are alternatives that we want to consider. And one of them is a form of shuttle. And partly supported perhaps by the business community down there as it starts to grow, for shopping, for places like the brewery and so forth, and employment. And whether that's workable as opposed to trying to tie it into a schedule for a bus that might be going back up to Garibaldi or something of that nature. And so I think there may be alternatives to consider. With respect to busing people down there at different times of the week, different seasons, certainly in the start when demand might be a little bit lower. As it grows, it will be a significant concentration of people, probably outside the 5 years of the plan. But I think in the short term, it may be realistic to consider for some times of the year, some days of the week, in some hours of the day, it may be appropriate to contemplate a shuttle service, and whether that would be part of our relationship with BC Transit, whether it be a separate thing that we would undertake, and whether or not it's contributed to by the local businesses down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I too will be supporting the motion on the floor. The title of this document is a future action plan, and although it's only a 5-year horizon, when I read it, it feels more like a business as usual plan with a few tweaks along the way. I appreciate trying to balance the lofty objectives of mode shift that what we really need to achieve in terms of 40%, if not higher, with the reality of where we are today, which is unfortunately with no buses on the road as we look outside. But the challenge is that we actually do need to achieve those goals. We don't have an option to do otherwise. And so I heard in the presentation and the response on some of the questions that that's going to require a significant shift in the way that we think about BC Transit. Our operating agreements, we've talked a lot about partnerships in order to achieve variability in how we deliver a new transit model, whether it's with BC Parks, whether it's with our business community, whether it's with the SLRD, and I don't see any of that reflected in this document. And so that is what I will be looking for when this comes back to committee of the whole is I want to maintain those targets, even though that they're going to be hard, and with some thinking around how we're going to do that. I also think the lack of acknowledgement of digital on-demand service and trying to find federal grant monies to help bridge that in the interim was a big miss for me in this document. So I would like to see that included as well. With that, I will call to question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much for coming, and we look. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to move the second motion that we pursue transit partnership agreements with businesses in the South Squamish Parks area to support Route 5 and free summer weekend transit.
Thank you. Moved by Mayor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Race. Any comments? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Ringma and Mr. Bullivant, for being here, and we'll see you back at another committee of the whole.
Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thanks.
All right, Council, we will recess until, let me just look, 10:50. Be back in 15 minutes, everybody. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in committee of the whole, looking at item 3.3, district zoning bylaw number 2200, 2011, amendment bylaw Upper Finch rezoning. Mr. Daly is here with us, and I'll pass it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and Council. My name is Brian Daly, Development and Subdivision Coordinator with Community Planning and Sustainability. Today, I'm here to present changes to the Upper Finch Drive rezoning application regarding and seeking feedback on the revised community amenity contributions and seeking feedback, council feedback on the revised CAC proposal. At the January 11th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting, Council provided comments shown on this slide regarding the Upper Finch rezoning application. The comments relevant for today's discussion are highlighted and include potential support for additional density, opportunity to offer additional height in exchange for additional affordable housing units or benefits to the Affordable Housing Society, and direction to explore securing a fee simple parcel of land for the district's Affordable Housing Society. The subject properties are located on the east end of Finch and Raven Drive, totaling 8.5 hectares in area and are zoned RS1. The apartment building height has been increased from 18 meters or 5 stories to 22.5 meters or 6 stories for each of the 4 apartment buildings. The increased height on the apartment buildings will allow for 22 additional apartment dwelling units. 20 of these units will be market units, and 2 of the units will be secured as affordable rental housing units that will be donated to the Squamish Community Housing Society. The number of duplexes and townhouses remains unchanged from the original proposal. The developer has confirmed that the parking spaces required for the additional units can be accommodated in the apartment building parkades without impacting the proposed green space on site. Given the steep topography of the site, staff are supportive of the increased apartment building height, as it will have limited impact on adjacent properties and will allow for the donation of 2 affordable one-bedroom units to the Squamish Community Housing Society. This slide shows the previous rendering of the projects with the 5-story apartment buildings. This slide shows an aerial rendering with the 6 stories. This slide shows the 5-story apartment building as viewed from Finch Drive. And this illustrates the revised rendering with 6 stories. Council requested that staff explore the opportunity to secure fee simple land for the Squamish Community Housing Society as part of the applicant's community amenity contribution offer. Staff have discussed the feasibility of this option with the applicant and determined it is not possible for this project. The estimated value of a 1-acre parcel of service land in the Loggers East neighborhood is approximately $3 million. This exceeds the district's current CAC policy target of approximately $1.8 million. The CAC policy does not specify donation of fee simple land as a target for any type of rezoning application at this time. The applicant has planned the development around maintaining ownership of the 32 affordable rental units and the rental income associated with them. As an alternative, the applicant has offered the proposed following offer, which includes the donation of 2 one-bedroom units to the Squamish Community Housing Society. The 20 additional units facilitated by the additional building height allow for the donation of these 2 units. The $1 million cash in lieu of critical amenities contribution, the Finch Drive to Loggers Lane multi-use path, and the active transportation and park contributions remain the same as the previous submission and are still exceeding the CAC policy target. The developer is also proposing the following additional amenities, including a commitment to build 1 commercial retail unit on site at a minimum of 1,000 square feet, commitment to provide storage space in the apartment units, e-bike and car sharing program for strata residents, a dedicated childcare space for 25 children, commitment to build the duplexes and townhouses to step 5 of the BC Energy Step Code, the size of public parks and the timing of their delivery, multiple trail connections from the subject property to adjacent trails, and a $50,000 cash contribution to support First Nations youth programs and facilities. So staff are seeking feedback specifically on the revised CAC offer, as well as the increased apartment building height, given that the additional apartment building height has allowed for the increased CAC offer. And staff are also recommending that council direct staff to bring the Upper Finch Drive rezoning application for consideration of first reading, and that any comments that council may have that are outside the scope of the CAC and the apartment building height be addressed prior to second reading. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Looking to council for questions. We'll go Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. I know we talked about the Olympic Park, the Legacy Park, receiving some CACs, but I didn't recall ski jumps specifically. Did I miss that, or is that, you know, that's sort of the developer's preference, but it's a cash amount that we would dedicate towards infrastructure in that park, but not necessarily that? And I guess where my question is coming from, I guess it's not clear to me that with all our priority needs, that is the priority need right now in terms of CAC funding. Just wondering if staff can comment on that.
So through the chair, that was the proposal made by the developer. He provided a cost estimate for certain improvements to be made at the park, and was proposing that it be made at this park, given it is quite close to the subject property and would enhance the surrounding neighborhood. So staff felt that it was appropriate for this contribution to be made to this park, given that it would be used by the future residents of this development, as well as could also be used by residents of the surrounding neighborhood, so that it would be an amenity contribution that could be enjoyed by the surrounding neighborhood.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, if I could just follow up, but I you know, I can sort of wrap my head around the park or that area in general, but ski jumps specifically, unless I'm misunderstanding what they are, it seems that would have very limited applicability, or maybe I'm mistaken there, or use.
Through the chair, it is currently run by the Sea to Sky Nordics Society, so that the developer has been in contact with the proponents who run that park, and they've identified this as something that would be, a specific amenity that would be welcomed and would be used quite a lot. So staff thought it was appropriate to, allow for that sort of contribution.
Any further questions at this time, Councillor Pettingill? No, I'll go to Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Mr. Daly, is there a hydrology report forthcoming? Maybe I'll just give a broader question is staff satisfied that the drainage and water flow provisions and infrastructure is going to work? We had a tremendous rainfall last October, November. Did the proposed system, which is largely in place already, prove itself? Can we satisfy the neighbors and the public that, and this is not our only development on this type of terrain, that we've got the issues solved and we're confident about how it's going to work? What do staff say about this?
I will allow Mr. Daly to answer the question, but the presentation today is specifically on the CACs, Councillor Anderson, and so that will, I imagine, will come back at first, second reading, but I'll let Mr. Daly answer.
Through the chair, the proponent is currently working on a hydrology study to determine groundwater impacts, and the stormwater management plan is required following development permit. So the detailed design of that system will be forthcoming once this development moves along.
Thank you. In the CAC package, we have trail improvements addressed specifically out to Loggers Lane from the development. Last time we discussed this proposal, the issue of alignment of the trail relative to the Finch Creek on the north side of Finch Drive at the bottom of the hill there as an issue to be investigated. Is there scope within the CACs to address this potential realignment of the Finch Creek? Or is there a bigger context for that potential project?
Through the chair, after discussion with the active transportation planner and the environmental department, the alignment along the south side of Finch Drive seems to be the most optimal, given that it would not involve realignment of a creek or infilling of any of the sensitive habitat ditches. So staff are proceeding under that assumption. It has not been looked into further than that.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Last we saw this, it was this proposal. The buildings were a little shorter. So as you add that floor, the report says that the parking can be accommodated on site. Does that impact? I guess two-part question. If that's the case, does that impact any open space or otherwise, or is that contained under the buildings? And were there any other sort of concessions made to reduce the parking required or anything along those lines to make that happen?
Through the chair, the applicant has confirmed that the parking can be accommodated under the footprint of the building in the parkades. So the further parking concessions weren't made. The clarification was added into the zone that a one space per unit, regardless of bedroom type, was applicable to the rental units.
Thank you. And then I understand the pursuing the concept of the fee simple land was a good concept, but isn't appears to be not workable on this project. So I like the general concept of this sort of hybrid solution where some units come specifically back to the housing society. They are both, so that concept I quite like, and I think is breaking some new ground here. But I'm curious about how that, the size of the units or the bedrooms in them were arrived at, or staff's. And I know this is uncharted territory, so I'm just curious how we landed on the two, or on that number, whether it's 2 1-bedrooms or if you look at it as a square footage or percentage, or sort of how we ended up at that 2 1-bedroom number.
Through the chair, that was a negotiation with the developer. The developer, that was the number that was decided on that was appropriate, the 2 units, given the valuation that was attributed to them was based on essentially the community housing society having to go out and purchase 2 built units. So that was where the $1 million valuation came for that. And yeah, staff felt it was appropriate given that 20 additional units, 10% of 20 would be 2 units. So we thought it was an appropriate offer. And keeping in mind that, the land piece wasn't attainable for this project, and it would be, it was also taking into fact that the units would be constructed for the housing society. So we thought that that was an appropriate offer based on all of those considerations.
Mr. Velaniskis, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add that it's basically a 10-to-1 ratio that is being proposed, 10 market units for 1 non-market unit. And from what we understand, also looking at other developments and exploring this option, this is a reasonable offer from a development feasibility perspective, that you need 10 market units to pay for 1 non-market.
Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
So at this stage in the process, are we able to say if that 10-to-1 ratio is 10 1-bedrooms to the 1 1-bedroom? That seems like a bit of a skewed mix. So if we're looking at units, I'm just trying to make sure that we score this correctly. Are we scoring it as units or square footage? So if we get 2 1-bedrooms, are the rest of them 2 and 3 bedrooms, and we get the small ones? That's the space I'm trying to understand. I don't quite know what's appropriate in that context, and having to make this decision at this time where we're not down into the details that would generally come out at development permit maybe level. So.
Through the chair, I will say that the applicant has advised that they're willing to provide 1 1-bedroom unit and 1 2-bedroom unit as part of the offer if council would be more amenable to that. That was kind of a last-minute negotiation that occurred prior to this presentation. That's why it wasn't included in the staff report. So that is an option that is on the table for council to consider.
I'll just react to that positively. That sounds like a step in the right direction. I'd still like to understand how staff is sort of, without the guiding, sort of applying some policies that weren't really meant for this particular action. I'm just curious how we were thinking about those pieces, with whether it's percentage of square footage or straight units, or but I do think that at least one of those being 2-bedroom is a step in the right direction. I'm always tempted to push further, however, but I'll let the conversation develop here.
Thank you. Councillor Race, go ahead, please.
So I had a similar question. I won't repeat that, but to value them at retail, I'm wondering, is there precedent for that? I know not in Squamish perhaps, but you said if the Housing Society went out and purchased these units, they'd be about $500,000 each, give or take, or $1 million value. But that's the developer's retail price. And I'm wondering, are there any precedents for looking at what is really the developer's cost to build this, which is probably, and I'm not a builder, but I've had a little building experience, but when you use the same foundation and you use more or less the same roof, just a floor higher, the interior costs are less than they are per square foot for the first floor. And so I'm wondering if that's the appropriate way to measure this. And we are breaking new ground, as I said, and so we might as well see if we can try to get it right in this one. But when I looked at this and saw 22 new units, and presumably some of them are 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, and we would get, at least in the report, 2 1-bedrooms, and now a 1 and a 2-bedroom. But I'm not sure it has that value. And I first of all, I don't know if the 10-to-1 ratio, I mean, it's the first time I've heard of that. Is that in use in other areas? And secondly, when you try to sort out the value of these things to compare them, we can look at the retail value of a one-bedroom versus the retail value of a three-bedroom, perhaps, versus the actual cost to build a one-bedroom, which is, I think, what we're trying to deal with here. What actually comes out of the developer's pocket to put these units in a housing society, as opposed to the profit that the developer or the lift the developer would get from adding an additional floor for each of 4 buildings. So I'm wondering about the measurement. Do we have any precedent for that? Is it just something we negotiate? Are there other examples that we've seen that that might give us some guidance?
Through the chair, I have not seen a precedent similar to this for rezoning applications that have been dealt with recently. If you apply the CAC policy of a minimum, or given that this is unprecedented, the target in the CAC policy is 10% of the units on site to be affordable housing. So if you apply that same percentage to the additional units, that was sort of where the rationale came from. Again, this is a sort of a unprecedented negotiation, and it sort of started off the conversation of council directing staff to explore obtaining fee simple land. So this was sort of the approach that was taken. I would maybe pass it to my director to see if he has anything to add to my answer.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, so as Brian said, we don't really have a good precedent to compare it to. And I guess the unusual part here is that the units are being donated versus being owned by a developer and operated, which is most of what we see come through the CAC, the current CAC policy. And we haven't run a full pro forma on this site. It is a bit of a unique site in terms of the cost of servicing it, especially the upper portions of the development. So, to find that fine line, we would have to do, I think, a lot more pro forma type work with the applicant. But it is something like, this isn't the only development that we're negotiating additional units for additional density. And what we're hearing from the other applicants is that 1 to 10 ratio is where where it makes sense from a development perspective. And above that, the additional for sale units don't generate enough value to offset the non-market units.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Rice?
Yes, thank you. So do we have any idea, if we just looked at floor area, the additional floor area that would be realized through adding these 4 separate floors compared to what might be donated? Is that 10%? Or because the other units are different sizes and larger, are we somehow less than 10%? And have we looked at it in that fashion, or is it possible to quickly look at it in that fashion?
Through the chair, the detailed design, obviously, of the units hasn't been done to date. We're working off of an average unit size of 1,000 square feet across the board, just as an average unit size for the apartment buildings. So we haven't gotten into the detail of the specific design of each one. So obviously, some of the 1 bedrooms will be smaller than the 3 bedrooms, but across the board, the developer has provided an average unit size of 1,000 square feet. So they would still represent the 10% of the gross floor area. So you're looking at 22,000 square feet, right? If it's an average of 1,000 square feet per unit, and then the 2 1,000 square foot units would represent 10% of that. So it's a very oversimplified answer, I suppose, but that's sort of the easiest way to answer that. We haven't gotten into the actual detailed design of the specific units.
Go ahead,
But we
Councillor.
were talking about receiving 2 of the smaller units. Well, now 1 small one, I guess, medium-sized one. And so possibly we're getting less than 1,000 square feet times 2. And I was just wondering so we haven't really looked at it from that angle. No.
No.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
A few questions and then I'll go back around the table. Do we have a sense of what type of rent we will actually be able to secure through the perpetual affordable housing policy for the housing society with these 2 units?
Yes, through the chair. Under the 2016 census-based data, a single-person household maximum rent was $856 a month, and a 2-person plus household maximum rent was $1,780 per month. The census income data is coming out this July, and it's obviously expected to go up. And if you assume that Squamish income grew by 10% in the last 5 years, which I believe might be aligned with the increase, a studio unit would be $1,000, a 1-bedroom would be between $1,000 and $1,500, and a 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom would be $2,000. That's obviously until market rate would go down. This is assuming that market rate is going to be higher than the median income for the households, which would likely be the case until market rate goes down, because there's the 2 metrics, the 80% of market rate or the income.
Thank you for having those calculations. I think that's an important piece of this because I think one of the rationales for trying to move towards fee simple was to try and think about how we actually get an operating revenue and for the housing society. So I think that's a piece that I'm going to mull over a little bit. Picking up on Councillor Herford and Councillor Race's questions. So with the additional floor added to the 4 buildings, roughly we've added 5 units per building, a little bit more on some of them.
That's correct.
So for the building that is earmarked for affordable, and are we secure, and for the market rental building, are we securing those additional units on those 2 buildings as affordable and market as well?
It was staff's assumption that they would be secured as affordable housing, the ones that would be donated to the Housing Society. They don't have to be, they could just be donated to the Housing Society, but staff's assumption was that they would be operated as affordable units. The remaining 20 units are market for sale. And then there's a bonus density built into this zone for up to 15 market rental units. And the additional height would allow the developer to or build those if possible. They're just committing to building and donating the 2 affordable rental units to the Housing Society. And the additional height could allow for up to 15 market rental units to be accommodated in that rental building, as well as the other rental buildings with the additional height. However, they weren't comfortable committing to building that at this time without more detailed site planning having been completed.
So I don't quite follow because we're looking at adding a full story on all 4 buildings.
That's correct.
So on the 2 lower buildings where they're supposed to be market rental and then affordable.
There is only the affordable rental building. Currently, there's no market rental secured other than through the density bonus section. So the density bonus section is built in that will secure, it allows additional units that have to be built and secured as market rental.
So would that add, if they were to move forward on building those 15 units, would that add an additional floor?
It would not. The additional floor would allow for those units to be constructed. The height is building in the flexibility. So it's accommodating the 20 market for sale units and allows for the 2 additional affordable rental units to be donated to the Housing Society. And it can accommodate, it may accommodate up to 15 market rental units to be constructed.
I need to wrap my brain around that. All right. And then my other question is just also on the diversity, both of the units provided. One of the key things in the strategic plan, I'll read it from here, increase the number of affordable housing form options from cottage to detached homes to townhouses to apartments, as well as the size and the number of bedrooms within each form. So I guess it's helpful to hear that the developers bring forward potentially 2 or 1 1-bedroom and 1 2-bedroom in those apartment units. But Was there any discussion at any point around affordable housing forms? So there's also duplexes and townhouses being proposed in this development. We're not seeing any of those come forward. So I'm just curious about discussions there.
Staff had discussed with the applicant, and it was not feasible for this project for those forms of housing to be provided.
Thank you. Council, any further questions? Yeah, Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks. I just want to drill in, and it comes up with the presentation this afternoon too, but in our perpetually affordable housing policy, we say low to moderate income households means a household whose income does not exceed the median income for families without children in Squamish as determined by CMHC and updated from time to time. Now, when I read that, that is a max that we would charge for rent. But if your income was lower, you would get the unit for less, like 30% of what your actual income was. And I understood that's what the Housing Society was sort of targeting in these units we were accumulating, whether as owned or developer owns it, but it's part of the society. So I'm just, I think the comments so far in the presentation this afternoon looks like we are targeting that median as that will be the rent. So you have to be at that medium income, and that's going to be the amount. And I'm just wondering if staff can clarify that in terms of the CAC. Are we talking, you know, the rents in these owned units could actually be much less than that median number, or 30% of that median number?
Mr. Buxton, nice to see you. We'll pass it over to you. But before you start, Ms. Daly, can you just turn your microphone off, please? Thank you.
Yes, in response to that question through the chair, no, these are not rent. They were never meant to be rent geared to income. The rents are set based on 80% of area median income, and those are the rents. It doesn't vary with the individual tenant's income. That's a rent geared to income program. That's far more complex. Ours is much simpler. It's just 80% of AMI.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. Buxton, there are other programs that we've been working towards, like part of Buckley Avenue, which are a rent geared to income affordable housing projects.
Yes, the policy and our strategy basically says that we'll work with others in those for those rent geared to income programs.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Pettingill, do you have any further questions at this point? Council looking around the table. Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I think as we've been talking about the different ways to sort of accomplish this or score this, I think the percentage of square footage of the additional space in this might be an appropriate way to go, which I don't know, we start getting into the, it feels too complex to get into the, anything to do with the, the profit margin of construction. We've seen, even by the time these come to market, even if they move extremely quickly, there's a change in both cost and retail value. So I think the constant here is how much space it takes up. So if applying this to other this concept to other situations, we could look and see whether the what is appropriate, how many numbers of bedrooms fit into that square footage roughly, given that there's still some detail work to be done. So if the average size is 1,000 square feet, we can work from that. That feels like a rather large 1-bedroom apartment to me. So perhaps those are both 2 bedrooms in this context, but I think that's the only way I see to practically score this. I'm open to other suggestions, but that does seem like the way forward to me. And I don't know if at this point we actually can get that what that additional floor across those 4 buildings is really going to work out to in square footage, but we need to find somewhere to work from for that. So that's what my take. I'd also like to see these units when they come to the housing society to have sort of, and make sure that the strata rules and whatever else is involved here are as open as possible so that the housing society in future can do with them as they see fit, given the varied needs of that society. So this comes into the potential to use them at some point to perhaps do the affordable ownership piece, or I don't know, any other number of things that we haven't been considered yet. So I want to make sure that those are truly as free and clear as possible in the context of an apartment building, of course. Yeah, so I'll just leave my comments there.
Thank you. And staff are seeking council feedback on the 2 points of increased apartment building height and the revised CAC. So we'll go around the room. We just heard from Councillor Herford. We'll go Councillor Race, Pettingill, and then to my left.
Thank you. So, so dealing with the height, for me, this is the easy one. I don't have a problem with the height. I think this is one of those areas where, and I think we made the same comment at the last time we were discussing this, that this is an area where it is suitable, and it's at the other end of Finch Drive, we're receiving comments on a proposed 4-story building and concerns from the neighborhood. But for me, that is quite a different setting and scenario coming out of flat land like that. So here where you have a backdrop, there's no issues of shading, there's no issues of impact on nearby residents. You don't kind of see it on the horizon because it's set back into a landform. And so I think this is appropriate, an area where it is appropriate to add more height. And the justification for doing that is the possibility of getting something additional for affordable housing. And I recognize that this is a step outside of our CAC policy. We are reviewing our CAC policy. We haven't really had a discussion around that yet. But I think now that we're going to have a housing society and we're going to want to build up an inventory of housing that the society controls, that I think this is one of the directions that we will consider going. I take the point that maybe getting an entire building site might be a little bit excessive. When I suggested it the last time, I was thinking that we would sort of re-engineer other amenity contributions and sort of shift priorities, but maybe not with this development, but possibly staff can keep in mind for the next development that we might want to undertake something like that. But to start the society off with a couple of units that can get revenue that they can control, as opposing to having to undertake a building project, might be the better way to start that society off in any event. My only negative is that if we are giving the developer 22 new units, which adds to the lift in the land and all of the things that come with that, 2 units is not enough. It's a gut reaction. I don't have science to apply to that, but I just think that we can do better than that. And when I was reading the report, the number that came to mind was 4 units. So I don't have ratios or anything to back that up, but I just think that if the developer is going to get the ability in this market to build 22 new units, we can do better.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I think we talked about the height last time and said we were okay given the location and didn't think it would impact people. Still feel like we're building too much parking, and we've sort of, I guess we'll have a broader discussion on that later. But you know, again, I think this is an ideal site to give on parking and get more units that way. The geographic separation means that that wouldn't impact other neighborhoods, I don't think. Tentatively okay with the general concept of 2 units that would be owned by the Affordable Housing Society. Not sure that that's the right number, and I would like to see a bit more analysis at the end of the day. You know, would this also equate to economically 6 developer-owned affordable units? And so, yes, the Affordable Society doesn't have Affordable Housing Society doesn't have the revenue, but it's, you know, 200% more affordable units, and so just understanding that math and what the trade-offs are would be helpful to me in knowing whether this made sense. really happy to see the step 5, and speaking to the developer, there's willingness to do a no gas covenant. And so, you know, I think that should be recognized too. This would be the third such building, and I think really glad to see the developer has those values. Which brings me to the last thing, which I mentioned it last time. And it's the location of the affordable units with the unknown of the GATIS, the Fortis wood fiber pipeline. I had a meeting a few weeks ago with a gentleman who reached out to me. He worked in heavy industry and oil and gas all his life, and he was really distressed at the location, more in Valleycliff, of the proximity of this pipeline, the potential of this pipeline being close to housing. And he worked in emergency operations, emergency planning, and so this is exactly his area. And his perception, which mirrored what I've been seeing, is that this is just way too close. And so I'm really concerned, especially that we would put the affordable units as part of the CAC in that location without having more certainty about where that pipeline is going to go. So I think between us and the developer, we need to work with the OGC, Fortis, EAO to make sure that if we're going to put this housing here, which is critical and I think is great, that it has the adequate setbacks from the pipeline, and we actually understand from Fortis the safety risk from the pipeline. This gentleman was not able to get that safety risk analysis from Fortis. I'm still having trouble. Fortis has to do this as part of their OGC requirements, I believe. So I'll set that aside. That may become a barrier to me to moving this forward at zoning and so on. And I think it ties to the CACs because it is about those affordable units and where they go. But I did want to highlight that again. But otherwise, I think there's some good things good things in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, firstly, the general assumption that donating land is impractical here, I agree with. I'm not concerned with the building heights in this location, as has already been reviewed by my colleagues. I would like to see more analysis by planning regarding the trade-offs and options for the affordable housing units. This analysis will be helpful at this time while the Housing Society is just getting off the ground, and we will be contemplating similar scenarios, no doubt, before too long. So I am concerned about the 2 units maybe not being sufficient under these circumstances, but let's have a closer look, and I hope that we may be able to have more orientation and analysis before us next time. On the matter of the trail, the critical amenity Finch Drive to Loggers Lane multi-use trail, I've mentioned the Finch Drive ditch realignment. I have noted that often we arrive, and perhaps well, I shouldn't. We come to look upon a stream as a waterway, how we find them, and assume they're in a natural condition. This is not the case throughout the Finch Drive area. We have been diverting and blocking waterways throughout that area, including the Finch Drive Creek, for a long time now. And perhaps our stormwater management had something to say about this, the report that was done for us recently. It outlines policy, but we should also look at the local geography. In any case, there may be, in fact, opportunity for enhancement. And so I would recommend that we continue to keep this in mind, if not for this development in future. We have a sidewalk to nowhere. There's an opportunity cost here, and that money is being spent on a sidewalk to nowhere. There is room within the right-of-way for both. So I suggest that we should keep this in mind to explore enhancement, diversion, or relocation of a portion of that stream. None of it is in a natural condition. On the matter of the $50,000 to support First Nations recreational programming and facilities, I'm pleased to see the facilities added. However, I'm concerned that it says that it's not actually more specific to facilities. I don't think, as we review our CAC policies, I think that we should give consideration to this matter of offering money to programming generally, rather than facilities and infrastructure. The Squamish Nation, by the way, has a grant program for recreational programming for youth. And I just don't think our CAC package is a place for that, whether or not it is for Squamish Nation recreational programming. There is a lacrosse box proposed for the neighboring Brennan Park area. There was a lacrosse box there not so long ago, and it was heavily used by First Nations youth. So it's a point of principle. I think we should focus on facilities in the CAC package and not on programming. That's kind of an open door to all kinds of ideas and clutter that could come through in our CAC package delivery. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. We'll go to Councillor Finch.
Thanks, Chair. As my council colleagues have already highlighted, the height of the buildings is not of concern. And I think that where the developer has landed with this iteration of the plan is an improvement in the height situation to give us increased density. And as for the revised community amenity contribution offer, totally agree with my council colleagues that moving to a single 2-bedroom unit and a 1-bedroom unit is better than the previous offer. And if after this discussion that can be improved even further, maybe a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom, if that is a negotiation that can take place, I certainly would agree that from our perspective, that's a better outcome than 2 1-bedroom units as we currently see it sitting at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French. Myself, and then I saw Councillor Herford, your hand pop back up. But quick question before I make comments. The Finch Drive to Raven Drive multi-use trail, Mr. Daly, there was another development rezoning application that came forward on Finch that had some overlap in terms of their CAC proposal with this one. I'm just wondering if planning staff have sorted that out.
Yes, going forward, there won't be overlap. This proponent has proposed to build the entirety of the trail to make sure it's completed up front. So we'll have other discussions with the other applicant.
Thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. So I think like my council colleagues in the previous discussion that occurred in January, although I wasn't here, I think that the height addition in this area is appropriate given the geographic nature of the site. But to me, that came with, as Councillor Ray suggested, a justification to get more on the affordable housing or housing diversity mix. So I'm a little bit, I would have expected to see some of those, at least all, if not some of those units come in at the market rental at the very least. Appreciate the developers' willingness to come to the table on the negotiation and that the fee simple land was, although interesting, lob of a ball to throw out there, Councillor Race, maybe not totally practical here. So I appreciate that we're getting closer to something that is, I think, innovative in the way that we are securing affordable housing units to help support the housing society, but to me, it still doesn't quite meet the mark in terms of diversity of size for the units themselves. So to me, that will be a combination of whether more of these units are coming back as secured market rental and or a diversity of those affordable housing units that are being donated, or a combination thereof. I just don't think that the building of 20 additional market unit rentals, there's like market for sale units for what's on the table is what I was envisioning when that conversation first started. So those are my comments on that piece. Otherwise, I think that the rest of the amenity package is strong. I look forward to the active transportation piece coming first and early on. I think that'll be a great addition to the neighborhood. With that, I'll go to Councillor Herford. He had something else he wanted to add.
Thank you. As we went around the table here, one of the pieces that hasn't been commented on is this commitment to build the commercial retail space, and that came out of a comment by some of us, I guess, at the last meeting, and I'm concerned about this one sitting empty. I don't know about retail in this space and making it a requirement. I think making it a permitted piece if the market is there for it is interesting, or perhaps given that it's a commercial space and that's the same size as the daycare that was proposed, maybe boosting the size of the daycare is a better requirement to have here. To me, that retail space, I don't think it's an appropriate place to be trying to connect people. I mean, we want to have employment space and give people places to work close to home, but for the foreseeable future, this is very much out at the end of the road, and I think could be a challenge. So I'm skeptical of that particular piece, and I wanted to make sure that came out. Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill has a response to that, I believe. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I saw that, and I was kind of hoping to see a bit more commercial, but trying to, understand where the broader sentiment is. But I think for me, when you read the neighborhood plan, it really talks about mode shift and getting away from our vehicles and so on. And so I think a space, even for a small variety store, you can get your milk and eggs and some of those things. So, it's a 30-second walk from your unit, as opposed to, a 20-minute bike ride or bus ride, or, given the amount of parking, getting in your big SUV and driving to get a little bit of milk. For me, this is a pretty important piece of making sure that we can make it easy for people not to get into their car. So it may not be the solution for employment here, but I think it is an important tool in keeping people out of their vehicles. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
I had assumed I'd be commenting on this matter next time around, as I hadn't seen a staff follow-up reporting on this matter of consider additional commercial to eliminate reliance on vehicles in this report. But I'd like to echo Councillor Herford's concerns. I think that the more appropriate place for commercial retail is on the flat, and in the context of the Loggers Lane East plan area, and not on this site. We have had, or we should be looking at our past experience with trying to insert commercial retail at Amble Path, at Squamish Mall, which has not been full vacancy properly ever. And so let's be realistic. And I think that for our goals, including the ones that I share with Councillor Pettingill, I don't think this is the right location. Just wanted to add my support to Councillor Herford's concern.
Thank you for opening a Pandora's box, Councillor Herford. I do think that we'll probably see more of that in the future discussion. Again, that's not the focus of today's, but I think it's a helpful piece of feedback for staff to take away. Staff, do you feel like you have concise enough feedback at this point? I'm seeing.
Yes.
Okay, great. So with that, Council, there is 3 motions to entertain that Council receive the Upper Finch Drive rezoning report for information, provide feedback, as we did in today's meeting on the 2 items. That Council directs staff to bring the Upper Finch Drive rezoning application for consideration of first reading, and that Council directs staff to work with the applicant to resolve any comments provided by Council prior to second reading. Anybody willing to move those? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race. Any further comments at this time? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. And with that, we are recessing for lunch. We'll see everybody back here in an hour at just shy of an hour at 12:40. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, March 8th. We are on item 3-4 under staff reports, downtown commercial C4 zoning update scoping discussion with Mr. Velaniskis. And Mr. Buxton's also on here, I believe. And I think I just heard 2 of me. There we go. All right, over to you, Mr. Velaniskis.
Thank you. I'm just gonna see if I can share my presentation here. Can council see the presentation? No. Harley?
Yeah, not a problem. We're just having a few technical difficulties here. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess and come back, give our IT support team. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We are back. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Velaniskis. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Velaniskis, Director of Community Planning, and today we're presenting an item for council discussion, which is scoping for downtown commercial zoning review in 2023. So the purpose is to review and discuss the initial scoping as proposed in this presentation, seek council input. This is a high-level presentation, so we don't have a lot of details around the concepts being proposed for review, and receive council's feedback on whether we need to add or subtract from our scope, and that is for budgeting and staff resources purposes for next year. So some background, the C4 zone has gone through at least 12 different bylaw amendments in the last 8 years, so since 2013. And these are the ones that sort of specifically were targeting C4 zone. So in 2013, there was some alcohol manufacturing, home occupation, liquor, primary establishments, and assembly added to the zone. Also, 1 building per lot was added at that time. And then we had a bit of a pause until 2016 when we had a few amendments there. So we established some conditions for pet grooming between residential and pet grooming uses. And the drive-through use was eliminated except for the businesses that already had that use. So they were grandfathered in. In 2017, we've introduced Cleveland step back. So there's a core stretch of Cleveland between Victoria and Pemberton, and it was later extended to Daly, that required development to step back above a second story to sort of a 55-degree angle from the sidewalk, and that was to protect the sun exposure and the views in the Cleveland core area. We also established maximum commercial unit frontage, and that was to maintain the fine grain of commercial units that we currently have on Cleveland. There were minimum employment space targets included in the zone. So that ranges between 20 to 100%. And part of that amendment was to introduce a density bonus. So the more employment space a proposal was including, above that 20% minimum, the more floor area ratio the project got. At that time, we also, oh, no, not at that time, but I'll come back to that in a little while. There were also cash in lieu options established for commercial development in 2017, and we tweaked the setbacks on Pemberton and 3rd Avenue to accommodate planned active transportation routes. In 2018, we've stretched the Cleveland step back to include the corner of Daly and Cleveland. And then in 2019, a rental tenure was established for all the existing rental units in any development that had 6 or more dwelling units. And this was part of the larger project for the district to secure existing rental housing. Also in 2018, we replaced the short-term rental use with tourist accommodation in the C4 zone. And then finally in 2021, the low carbon aspect was added to the employment space and the floor area ratio density bonus for Cleveland, and a maximum floor area ratio for grocery retail locations. So there's Nesters and Save-On Foods that we made sure that, you know, if there's any redevelopment that happens on those properties, that it would have to go through a rezoning process. And we removed the limit on buildings per lot. It made sense to try and break up, especially on bigger properties, to break up buildings, so that limit on principal buildings didn't quite make sense. So other background, we know that the C4 zone was created in the 90s, and before that there was a C4 zone. It just looked very different. I think it was more targeted towards tourist accommodation. And then the C4 zone, just talking with previous staff that have worked at the district before, kind of this generation, you know, the C4 zone did go through an evolution, and it was keeping up with the building code changes. So at some point in the 2000s, I believe, the building code changed for wood frame construction to go from 4 stories to 6 stories. And I believe at that time there was a change made to the C4 zone to allow for that as well. It was very much aimed at revitalizing and bringing development downtown, just because it had associated with it and other zones in downtown a lower parking requirement than you would normally see in the district. So that is a big incentive, as well as it had this 6th floor maximum, which is, you know, at that time was quite high for the district, still is on the higher end for us. And there was no requirement for commercial. So commercial was included as a permitted use, and it would be de facto become employment space in developments, because downtown we exempt the street level from meeting flood construction requirements for employment space. But there was no requirement to do a certain amount. You could do a little bit of employment space, and then the rest of it could be residential. So there's some history. So as we prepare for reviewing the C4 zone in 2023, the potential objectives from a staff perspective could be addressing housing affordability. A lot of our new housing is going downtown, and this is an opportunity to try and capture some of that in the existing zones, such as C4. We have demand for functional employment space, so we have that 20 to 100% requirement or density bonus for employment space, but I think that more work could be done in that area. So generally speaking, this is also where, you know, we have a lot of our core retail services. And then the third objective could be to maintain and enhance the public realm. So how does the development in downtown impact those adjacent public spaces. So getting a bit more specific on those three objectives. Affordable housing, we have been talking about 15% as a target for our upcoming community amenity contribution policy. We could look at applying that as a density bonus to the C4 zone so that when redevelopments come forward for properties that already have the C4 zoning, that there's a strong incentive to make sure that there's an inclusion of affordable housing in every one of those developments. And the way we've done density bonus for low carbon is essentially, it's not really a bonus. It takes away some of the density and then gives it back if you're doing low carbon energy systems. And I think where we are at with C4 zone in general, it allows for fairly generous density, that we should probably be looking at a similar approach there. Another consideration would be to further incentivize 100% employment buildings. So maybe we should look at zoning some properties or areas for 100% employment in the C4 zone. What we're getting now, really what it comes down, I think, to land values. So because a C4 zone allows for a considerable amount of residential, the kind of development applicants that we deal with, they're paying the highest and best use for that land. And it's not, we're not seeing a lot of businesses coming forward wanting to build something purpose-built for employment space. And we're not seeing developments who are coming forward wanting to build employment space 100%. It's always this struggle between, okay, how much employment space do I have to build to get the residential component on the project? So that would likely have an impact on land values, rezoning some areas to just 100% employment space. And that might attract a different type of developer, or a user that wants to build a building for themselves. We could look at density transfers to stimulate 100% employment buildings. So this could be one way to look at pairing a developer that wants to develop residential with a business user or a developer that specializes in commercial development, and doing a transfer of density from within two or more properties, so that you get a purpose-built commercial building and a residential building with less commercial space essentially on a different property. What we're seeing is, the second floor office space, and what we're hearing from office users is that office users are, they have higher standards, I think, than what a retailer has. And they can be choosy about where they go. And there hasn't been a very strong favorable response to the office space, the second floor office space that is being built, because it's a bit of an afterthought. It's, they're being added into development, they're competing with parking. So I think that looking at trying to incentivize maybe the separation of, if you build a purpose-built employment building, you can have more residential density on a different property, would make sense. And then for smaller parcels, and this is something that we've heard from people that try to develop small parcels downtown, is that we should be exploring a lower cash in lieu rate for commercial parking to make those projects more viable, and maybe for a 100% employment space development that could be on a smaller parcel. That makes sense. We want to incentivize that type of development. I think that we could look at evolving the Cleveland core step back into options. So right now, the limit is 6 stories, but you have to step back progressively as you go up to that 6th floor. And the size of parcels on Cleveland Avenue, especially in the core, is, it would require amalgamation of multiple parcels to probably produce a viable project. So maybe there is some rationale to, if we lower the height from 6 stories to 4 stories, but require less of a step back on those 2 floors, so essentially more massing, but a lower building, that could prove to be beneficial both for the public experience on the street, not having a six-story building next to you, and also from a development feasibility perspective, dealing with the 4 stories, but a bigger massing just might be more feasible. We would have to look at this through the lens of shading and views, but we've done that before with the Cleveland step back, so we could do that again. We're also currently undertaking a public space design project for downtown. So we're looking at what are the important spaces downtown, what are the important views. And so once this work wraps up, which should by the end of this year, we should probably look at amending certain areas of the C4 zone to make sure that we're, that future development is not going to have a negative impact on what we learn through this process on public space. I think that we should also look at reviewing the ground floor uses to make sure that we have an active and animated public realm. So what we're seeing right now downtown, because there's such a big competition for retail space, the higher kind of the users that are able to afford the biggest rate are moving in. And they aren't always the best user for that location when it comes to public space. So we've seen a couple of veterinary clinics move in downtown. One of them looks like moving into the Vantage building. That's just an example. And that space was, when we were going through a development permit process, was we specifically kind of designed the streetscape for a restaurant. But then the pandemic happened and the whole restaurant idea was challenging. So the developer ended up going with a different user, which looks like it's going to be a veterinary clinic, which is not going to activate that space as a restaurant would. So I think that in those core areas on Cleveland Avenue and maybe some of the surrounding areas, which we will find out what the important places are with the public space design project, that we should look at maybe restraining some uses. The other piece to that is, if we want to have restaurants downtown in these new buildings, there are certain code requirements for them, such as venting, that have to be essentially pre-built into the whole building. You can't really do a tenant improvement after the fact. So maybe it makes sense for some areas to be zoned for that and for that to be a requirement as it goes through the building permit process. And then the final thing is establishing a minimum size parameters for those ground floor users and maybe for the second floor office users. What we have right now, especially in Cleveland Avenue, is really deep commercial units. And as new developments come forward, that depth gets eaten up by parking. So I think prescribing some minimum parameters would be good if we want to maintain these large commercial spaces for retail downtown. So in terms of the next steps, based on our discussion today, we'll prepare a budget for 2023. And in terms of budget, I think we're gonna need to look at the feasibility from a pro forma side, so we have a good understanding of what the impact on development this would have. If council's interested in reviewing the step backs for Cleveland Avenue, we would also look at shading analysis and the view analysis. And then the density transfer system, I think we would want to get some external expertise because these are quite complex to set up. So we'd want to make sure we're doing it right. We want to make sure that we've done the community amenity contribution policy, which is underway this year before we start this project, as well as the downtown public spaces standards project. And then we'll prepare a charter, a work plan, and an engagement program for this project. And from what we've learned in the past, it's really key to engage with the property owners downtown. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Council, thoughts, feedback, points of discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. Happy to see this come forward. I just got a couple of points, and as the discussion goes on, I might have a couple more. But First of all, on the spot zoning, oops, now I gotta come back to my adoring public. There we are. So on the spot zoning, I was one of the first phase developers in Whistler, and it was spot zoned to the stones was the expression that the council used at the time. We could build a ski shop and nothing else on the ground floor. And they went through that deliberately as town center was formed to make sure that they got sort of a rounded set of uses and so forth. That was pretty restrictive, but spot zoning can work. And so I certainly would encourage staff to look at that, maybe not as restrictive, obviously, but I think some kind of spot zoning, if the developer knows about it up front, they can make their decisions going forward rather than have it imposed sort of after the fact. But I think if we kind of let them know before they start building and planning and so forth, it can certainly help a downtown area to get sort of a rounded or focused set of target uses. Second, excuse me, the second, I can remember that the rezoning we were having, or the discussion we were having about a rezoning, which I think prompted this review and the difficulty we were having. And for me, one of the difficulties, that rezoning happened to be in an intersection, is the view setbacks. Not so much shading. I think, you know, in a downtown area, shading is almost inevitable to a certain extent, at least. But the view corridors, I think, are quite important, and they still can be maintained. And so I was more concerned about the corner lots because they have, you know, 2 and sometimes 3 faces on the street, and the setbacks that way. And some of those zones, particularly the east-west zones, or the east-west corridors, rather, street corridors, that there be setbacks on those ones. Cleveland Avenue and maybe Second Avenue are important, but I don't think the view corridors looking kind of down Cleveland Avenue are quite the same as they are when you look across towards the Chief or the mountains on the other side of the river. And so I think, you know, setbacks, contemplating that at those intersections on the corner lots is quite important. As far as height goes, again, I don't want to pick on the corner lots, but it is more sensitive from my perspective on the corner lots than it is in the middle of the block, where you wouldn't have side setbacks, for example, and maybe we can afford to have a little bit of extra height in the middle of the block in some circumstances. I'm not sure what the solution is for the small lots, frankly, except hope one day they're all bought by 1 or 2 people. But it's been a development challenge, I think, since I started thinking about council decisions, and it goes way back. And I think there has to be, I guess, some special regard. And to make these things work, there's going to be some special considerations. And I really can't really be specific, but I think it's inevitable, because otherwise they just don't work, from my understanding. And it's hard for them to get the stuff on that lot that you know, a double or a triple lot size would provide. The zone transferring is a novel idea. I've heard of it before. I've never actually sort of participated in seeing how it worked, but I'm open to that consideration. That may be a solution for some properties. And so I think I'd encourage staff to kind of do a little lateral thinking, I guess, about that and see if anything comes out of it. But I'll stop there for the moment. Other comments might come. Thank you.
Thanks for kicking off, Councillor Race. I have Mayor Elliott.
Thanks for your thoughts on this, Mr. Velaniskis. Are we going to take out the second floor employment?
No, for the purpose of scoping, we haven't looked at that. But I think right now it's not that second floor employment is a requirement. We require a certain amount of employment space, and so that often will push some of it into the second floor.
I think that's the part I've always struggled with, because I don't think it really creates effective space, because then people put parking behind it and it doesn't feel like the kind of office environment people are looking for. So I think the idea of actually having employment only buildings makes more sense. And, you know, when I think of the work we did with Solterra, and originally there was all that employment space along the second floor, and now it's a freestanding 4-story building. And to me, that makes more sense. And from a code perspective, you're not then trying to separate all these different uses within a building. You've got to have an elevator to get people up to the second floor for the commercial, but it shouldn't be mixed with the residential. So it adds costs and adds weird things to the building that take up floor space, I think. So to me, I'd rather see, as you say, a more focused attention on the size of the commercial space on the ground floor. And I think spot zoning some of those uses to make sure that our public realm in that core zone of Cleveland is really active, I think should be entertained. But my preference would be to take out the second floor and just focus on employment only buildings. With the trade-off of density, you spoke about it as someone takes the residential and someone takes the commercial kind of idea, but couldn't we be paying people to stay small? So I'll take your airspace and apply it to mine so that you can stay the size that you are, but you still get the return on your investment. Is that something that we can contemplate? Because one of the things that I know from last council we were trying to do with C4 was get this sort of, you know, roof line that varied, you know, some would be 2, some 4, some 6, but I think what you proposed was that everyone would get density, and I wonder if this trade-off could actually pay some people to stay small.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. It's probably possible to do that. I mean, I'm talking as a local government, from a local government perspective, there would have to be agreements between property owners for that space. But the challenge will be, okay, well, if do we sacrifice the commercial potential in the future on those parcels in return for residential now? You know, we always try to, when we assess development proposals, we always look at, okay, how much employment is this going to generate, how much residential, and we'll try to keep that somewhat on par. So I think once you start restricting some properties, that might, you know, I guess it's not quite the same as a density transfer, where you can make sure that you still get more employment if you're adding residential.
Yeah, I think we just want to pay attention to C4 and that we don't end up. So what we were trying to avoid last time was just 6 stories all along the lot line. And then we were trying to sort of see if we could vary the height because of the different lot sizes and the setbacks. And I still think that should be the goal of C4, is to sort of create this articulated sense. And I think preserving the size of the retail storefront is critical. I think that's what's helped maintain that sort of walkable small town experience on Cleveland. But I just wonder, like, if we're focused on getting everyone to sort of the same height, are we missing an opportunity to create a really interesting downtown? And I guess I agree with Councillor Race that probably the corner lots deserve more attention around height and setback. And the only thing I wanted to say around engagement is that I know last time we tinkered with C4, we had a big pushback from the landowners. And I think they probably got what they want. But because BC assessment is still focused on zoning highest and best use, the people that pay the price are the tenants, because they pay triple net leases. So I think we do need to also engage with the tenants in downtown through the downtown BIA and make sure their perspective is heard to balance what we'll hear from the landowners, which is, oh, don't affect my property value. But the more those assessments go up and the taxes go up, the more that gets passed along to small businesses. And if we want to keep some of our small business owners, I would say removing some density from C4 is wise. And I like your idea of providing options rather than just the step back option. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I have Councillor Herford, then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. On the density transfer piece, I'm curious about how that, and I know that this is discussing whether it's something that we want to explore further. So, but I'm just thinking about the property that would be transferred to would necessarily be another C4. So necessarily, is that correct?
That's a great question. I'm not sure at this point how we would structure it. I think easiest way to do it would be within C4 probably. And I think what would be traded is not kind of additional density. It's going to be the residential density, so one project building more and one project building less employment space and then adding more residential. But whether we can do it between two zones, I haven't looked into that in that much detail yet, but potentially.
Thank you. Just as we're discussing scoping, I'm curious about sort of the mission creep and as these effect kind of works its way through our various zones. So that'd be something to sort of be aware of, I guess, as we venture down that road. But the concept itself is definitely interesting. I was curious about the, I like trying to incentivize these smaller lots to move forward. And as we look at these pieces of maybe we'll need to have 3 or 4 or 5 of these come together in the current circumstances to have something happen, it makes me think about all of our small business owners and where the role of local government comes in to keep those spaces for the small business owners and not the sort of the bigger say national chains or whatever that come through in the various sectors, whether it's restaurant or retail or so on. And is that something that's been contemplated in this zone previously, or something that could be part of the discussion at this point? I know some communities have just sort of taken that stance as a community-wide piece, but I think it's worth discussion in our downtown. Is anything? Do you have any thoughts on that matter, or has that come forward at all?
Oh, thank you, through you, Chair. That's a really good point. We haven't considered that at this point, but I'm sure as we go forward with the review of the zone, the existing tenants would be a major concern. And I think that's where the kind of the space parameters in new developments is also very important, because, depending on the layout, it wouldn't be usable by some of the businesses that are operating downtown now.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pettingill and Councillor Anderson.
Thanks. A few thoughts and a question or two, I think. So in terms of height, I'm open to some understanding, but I think the view corridors is really the more important piece. And I agree on corners especially, but I think, I guess it's not clear to me once you get above 2 stories, does 4 versus 6 sort of matter much in terms of view corridors? I'm also thinking in terms of height versus setbacks. There is the view of the mountains and that sort of thing, but I also think of just looking up and seeing a sky as opposed to seeing sort of walls either side as you're looking out wanting to see the clouds. Just things to consider. I am a bit hesitant to move towards a model that really says or means that you can't develop unless you're a large developer with a lot of lot consolidation. I think a lot of places seem to have found ways to figure out how to make smaller lots work. And I think in terms of a really vibrant, eclectic, just fun downtown, that some smaller or a number of smaller spaces seems to go with that. And they could be tall, but they don't have to be broad necessarily. I wonder if it's possible to just say, we'll zone for rental, residential rental, and commercial office, and that's it. So there's not going to be market ownership, residential market ownership in C4. We know there's just a general shortfall of rental housing beyond housing generally, and so I'd want to understand that. Just curious about when this, and I can't remember the name of the project, but how this will align with our parking analysis studies, and I'd really want to see that information as we're contemplating C4. And part of my reason for that, and I've raised this sort of thing a number of times, but all the research I've started to come across is it's a fallacy that if we add a bunch more parking, it's going to be easier to find the parking spot you want. And for some people that's made counterintuitive, but I believe that's what the research says. And so to the degree that's accurate, I want to make sure that we're actually understanding that or designing C4 to really solve the problems that people actually have the best they can. And related to that, I think about, going to Queen Street in Toronto and places like that, where those areas have gentrified as well. But, you could go down and to some degree, you can still today go down and in the basement level, on the ground floor, on the upper level, there's all different shops. They're more affordable. They're not necessarily, they become more chains, but at one point there's a lot fewer chains, and record shops or secondhand clothing, all kinds of things could be in there. And then you'd have some higher end stuff mixed in. It was a real vibrant mix of all sorts of things. And it was affordable. And I think part of the affordability is because you didn't have the first 2 floors mostly dedicated to parking. And a lot more people took transit. And so thinking about our conversation this morning, that's how you navigated that. It's fair to say it was smelly and noisy and treacherous crossing the street because of all the cars still, because there was still a lot of people trying to get around in cars. But again, with all I think we need to align this with the other conversations we're having about mode shift and so on, and thinking creatively, and how do we make it so that the little independent startup, the mompreneur, whoever who wants to start a little shop, that they can actually afford to do that downtown. And so what things do we need to do to make that happen, and not forcing a developer to subsidize a huge amount of parking, I think could help with that. So yeah, I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Velaniskis.
Thank you. If I could just respond to a few questions raised. So there was a question about residential rental and office sort of being the only uses that would be permitted. Is that possible? Yes, that would be possible. And the other issue raised was parking. And I think this is going to be a really complex project as is, dealing with the employment space uses, the residential densities, potential density transfer. I would recommend not delving into parking other than maybe looking at cash and lieu amounts for small lots. If council wants to incentivize sort of that, retain the smaller lots and have smaller developments for commercial space, more viable than maybe they are today. But I would suggest that we don't expand the scope to look at parking specific to C4. Our parking regulations are by area now, when it comes to downtown. So I would suggest that if we do a review of those, that we do that as a separate project, because this could really, it could complicate this project in a significant way.
Thank you for that clarity. I have Councillor Anderson, then I put myself on the list, and then I'll go back to Councillor Race.
Thank you. I'll start with the parking issue that you've just touched on, Mr. Velaniskis. It occurred to me that the concept of the 100% employment building, as well as the cash and lieu offer for lower offer for smaller parcels, relate to parking planning and the parking study that's upcoming. Perhaps then, given what you've just said about not wanting to overcomplicate things and finding the right context I wonder whether that is the parking study, whether the parking study needs to take into account, in my view, in a more nuanced way than last time around, these nuances of the downtown, including those that we're considering here. So maybe it's on the onus is on the parking study to take into account the initiatives that you're describing. Secondly, I'd like to support the cash and lieu offer for the smaller parcels and the lower buildings with more mass concept, and that is the step backs. And I agree with Councillor Race about the intersections. Victoria and Winnipeg, certainly, perhaps Pemberton too, would be encompassed by that. But I also think it should be applied to the rest of the block. And looking at the future of the block, we've got 2 large owners on the east side of Cleveland, followed by a number of small lots. And these are, I don't think we're going to get around those. That's the reality of what we're dealing with. On the other side, who knows what may evolve as regard amalgamation of lots and so on. But I think I'd like to see for at least for council, some rendering of scenarios for this. For sure for council, maybe beyond that in some kind of engagement with the public. And having said that, back in 2004, 2005 through 2008, there was a lot of discussion and charrette processes, initial stabs at a downtown neighborhood plan, which gave us a lot of thought. And maybe we're returning to that. And I think a lot of people who do recall with some nostalgia some of those conversations. And I think that I would like to see a serious look at that, applying this concept to the middle of the blocks as well. Given the type of properties they are, two large properties held by the same two owners on the east side of Cleveland. Finally, when we are discussing what to do about commercial space and the concept also of 100% employment buildings, I would like to see our work that is being done by economic development and planning in employment space modeling applied here. What can we draw from that work to what we're discussing here now? And perhaps we can encourage a focusing of that modeling work to be applied to our downtown. I think not only more quantitative work about what type of commercial space is the demand forecast, what does the demand forecast say? But I think also we could undertake some qualitative research. I know of people who have been displaced from various places or would like to invest in the downtown and have a lot of experience to offer about what is going on and what would work for them. So I think that more a partnership with the economic development department, certainly, of course, it's going on all the time, but to apply some of that employment space modeling and the qualitative research to these questions. We are undertaking a community survey on the patio policy. And so I think that we could use the same tools for the same purposes, some type of surveys for this question to a commercial space. That's it for now. Thank you.
Mr. Velaniskis, was there anything in there that you wanted to respond to, or I see you furiously taking notes. So happy if you just want to take that as comment.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. I have myself on the list, and I'll go back around. I have Race and Elliott. Mr. Velaniskis, the report today is for council information, and you spoke a little bit to timeline, that work is really going to be done in 2023. You mentioned wanting to complete the CAC review in advance of starting this work. Is that because you think the CAC review will have an impact on this, or is that a staff capacity management?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think both. Essentially, part of the CAC policy review is running feasibility, which will inform, if we do move affordable housing requirement or density bonus downtown, that will be good information to have. And then staff capacity wise, just don't want to take on that many kind of significant projects at the same time.
Thank you for that. And then I had a few other councillors bring up the parking study that is in this current budget. Do you see that as helping to inform this, or do you see that as a different scope? I'm just curious in terms of as we start to think about the cash and lieu component, and I've heard from a few folks who have these smaller lots that the parking requirements is really what drives the form that comes forward. And so I'm curious about how we address that in this process without totally overburdening it.
I think that we will take anything that we can use out of the current parking review to see if we can incorporate it into the zoning review. However, I would be very cautious about meddling with the parking requirements as they are today as part of this project. Not that they're right or wrong, but it's just it doubles the work.
Yeah, that's fair. So just a few comments from my end. I am intrigued by the idea of employment-only buildings. I agree with Councillor Anderson that we have a lot of work that's being done in economic development through our employment study demand models that I think we can apply there. And I'm also curious about Councillor Pettingill's suggestion of residential rental zoning. in the area as part of the for any residential that we would continue to include in the C4. I agree with the idea of wanting a variable skyline, and so I don't know how we achieve that, but I think some thought towards it would be helpful in this discussion. And generally, there's a lot of change here, so agree that the process of engagement will have to include not only those landowners, but the BIA, I think, is a great suggestion, and those who have been displaced from these spaces in the past who may want to relocate in the area, because those are the folks that we're trying to attract back into our downtown commercial area. That's it for me. I'll pass it over to Councillor Race, and I have Mary Elliott.
Thank you. Just a couple more comments. First of all, on the second floor employment, I tend to agree with the mayor. I mean, I went through, when I was a partner in our firm, a search of downtown. We were looking for new space to expand, and there was none. Basically, and ultimately, the firm, after I left, ended up being part of building a new building, the Cornerstone building. It was that desperate. There is a real advantage, and it works for some businesses and not others, to be able to own their space. And so if we're talking about putting commercial space in, we don't want to restrict stratification like we might with rental apartments, for example, because that would make them more attractive to some investors. In some cases, they'll be rented out, but in some cases, it's a real attraction to have the business own their space. And I think if we keep an eye on it, just from what I've seen with other proposals, there should be more coming on so that there isn't the same need now that I spoke about a minute ago. And so I think we do have some flexibility. Mixing uses between residential and office space and so forth is just that much trickier, as the mayor pointed out. So I tend to agree with that concept. Also, the rental zoning, and when you think about it, a lot of the attraction for units, residential units in a C4 area would be for staff housing or people that work in the area. If not in that building, then somewhere around within walking distance. And so places that encourage rental and options for people to get housing they can afford, I think is very appropriate. The other thing that occurred to me, though, when I think of the downtown zoning, the one problem that I drive by all the time is Loggers Lane. And we have about half of the C4 zoning, I guess, backs onto Loggers Lane, or a significant portion of it. And how do we deal with that? So we have something that is a little bit more attractive than a whole series of garbage containers on one side of the street. And I don't really have the answer to that, except clearly it's a design thing. They need some kind of delivery access somewhere for most of those buildings. And so I'm just wondering if there are incentives or anything that we might incorporate into those buildings on that side of the street to somehow beautify Loggers Lane and get it out of what it is now is more like a back alley somewhere. And so I'll just leave you with that thought. It's not quite the same where you have sort of a lane in the middle of the block and you have two frontages. Obviously, we don't have that on one side there with Loggers Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott, then Councillor Pettingill.
I just wanted to add my support to considering rental zoning. But also, I know in the Loggers East, we also looked at percentages. So a certain percentage should be market rental, a certain percentage should be affordable. And so trying to look at what that should be for C4 is another alternative to sort of put those standards in place so everyone's got a share, potentially. And I just had a question. The sort of wider sidewalks in the public realm that we're starting to see created on 2nd Avenue. Do we have any C4 off of Cleveland? No, it's just that block.
So if I could clarify for the chair, there is C4 obviously on Cleveland Avenue, property zone C4, and there are on 2nd Avenue. What is the question?
How much of Second Avenue is C4?
I can't say off the top. I could pull up a map if that's helpful. I mean, I can't guarantee that I can pull up a map.
If
I guess my question is, if we're going to tinker with this zone, we need to understand its relationship to Second Avenue. So even if you don't pull up a map now, I know there's some C4 properties on Second, but I'm not sure that they're all C4. And so do we want it to be all C4 if we tinker with the zone, or do we like it the way it is? So I was just trying to think, as Councilor Race was, what's the relationship to Loggers Lane? What's also the relationship to other parts of downtown that have C4 zoning?
There's definitely C4 on Second Avenue. And we're looking at this project as, you know, there is a focus on Cleveland for sure, but it's looking at holistically all of portions of C4. And perhaps you're right, if there are some areas that should be C4, once we have a new C4 zone, that we could also look at expanding it.
Yeah, I just didn't want to sort of limit our scope if staff felt that there were other properties that lent themselves better to this type of zoning and to create some sort of continuity in the downtown core. My last question is that staff also were considering doing a zoning look at South Downtown. And I wonder if you could remind me where that is sort of in the overall zoning work plan.
That's a good question. So we have a few zones that are essentially designed for the downtown south, the MUD 2 and the MUD 3. And we were going to apply one of them, I believe, to most of downtown south, but we haven't gotten around to that project yet.
Thank you. I do have a map up in front of me, and C4 extends from Pemberton to right here on Second Ave. So just past Victoria. That's helpful. I have Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. A couple things. I may have said when I said zone is exclusively office and residential rental, what I meant for clarity was commercial, retail, office, and residential rental possibly. And I'm not sort of fixated on that, but it's just sort of an interesting idea. Remembering back to some prior discussions before I was on council and recommendations that your high street should be more about leisure and visitor type commercial, those sorts of businesses. You know, second floor, you can go to more service and sundry, and your second and third streets where your service and sundry tend to go. And so I guess it's just a question for me, or something maybe to think about. You know, we talk about how specific do we want to get in the zoning and making sure there's restaurants and clothing shops or what artisan type things on Cleveland maybe. Maybe we do want to go that way on C4. And I just come back to the parking a little bit. I take the point that it's really a broader issue than just C4, so maybe it doesn't belong as part of this project. But for me, parking is such a constraint for this zoning in particular, but zoning in general. It's hard for me to conceive that we could do a good job on fixing C4 zoning without understanding where we're going with parking, and maybe that delays this project a bit. So we can get that other work done. I'm not sure, but for me, I think it's going to be hard to feel very good about, you know, doing a whole bunch of work off our current parking approach, because I don't believe that what we currently have for parking is work. I'd actually suggest it's part of the problem driving our difficulties with C4. And just sort of made me think too, it'd be interesting sometime to do a thought exercise and sort of design C4 just ignoring cars and parking. So if we just pretend we didn't have to think about it, what would this look like? What it would be like, and then work backwards from there and figure out, okay, so where do we need to squeeze in some parking? But anyways, just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I did see Mr. Buxton pop up on my screen for a quick sec, and then he disappeared. Just want to make sure I didn't miss. No. All right, I have Councillor Herford, and we'll wrap up.
Thank you. View corridors come up in this discussion. I'm just curious if this is the place for it. Just it affects it just as parking does, as Councillor Pettingill just said. And with that in mind, do you have do you have an idea of how much of that work would take up in this scope, as far as, establishing what are sort of protected, important views, and to protect and so on, that goes with that? And if that, because I think that's an issue that goes beyond C4, which is great when we can move a bunch of initiatives sort of forward at the same time, but then it's also that mission creep piece. So how do you have any ideas on sort of how to manage that appropriately?
Through you, Chair. So we do have this public space design project or standards project that we're doing this year, and it will look at downtown and identify important areas for public space, and we will look at view studies from those important areas. So that project, the results of that project should feed in. But I agree with you. If we come up with changes in massing on or densities on the C4 zone, we could take a further look at that time to see what the impact of massing is on the viewscapes. That shouldn't be too complicated. We'll need a little bit of budget for that, but it should be part of the scope.
Thank you. And I like the concept of the exploring different massings, and maybe I think recently we were looking at some pieces that had maybe a different standard could be applied to those narrower lots that might benefit from that massing, and that by default might give us a more interesting articulation. So I like where this is going, but I really want to make sure that we capture that view aspect appropriately, and particularly on the corners, as well as those establishing new important places for our communities, which to me should be those important intersections in our downtown. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herford. I have Councillor Finch and then Councillor Anderson. I just want to make sure, reminder that this is for council information. Mr. Velaniskis, you are taking notes, but you're not looking for any specific direction at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct. I am trying to summarize the notes as I take them, and maybe at the end we'll go through them and make sure everybody agrees.
That would be great. All right, I'll go Councillor French, Councillor Anderson, and then Mr. Velaniskis.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll just highlight some of the aspects of the conversation that have caught my ear. The purpose-built office building notion, I think, is particularly important in this conversation. And the Cornerstone building is a great example of a success that I'd like to see repeated in our downtown. And I think that there's demand for that type of building. The density transfer idea sounds innovative and intriguing, and I'm looking forward to seeing where that conversation goes and what we can do with that. Definitely expecting that economic development has collaborated to get us to where we are now, and will continue to work with, because I think that their work is important in this conversation and definitely influences the work. Varied skyline is definitely important for me, and I do want to see different heights in our C4 zone so that we don't have a monotonous street front and skyline. And I agree with the staff thought to keep parking separate. In my mind, it's a separate project that complements this work. They do go hand in hand, but I wouldn't want the parking situation to distract from the C4 work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
Briefly and generally, maybe it's time for a catch up on what our vision is for the functions of downtown. I mean, a lot of us have been part of downtown revitalization conversations for almost 2 decades now. And early on, in the early part of that period, it was desperation, and the outcome was strong move towards residential density. But now we're talking about different things, and we have been for some time. Once we need to revisit what our vision statement is down there, what we see the practical functions of downtown are now, when we look at what residential, what type, how much, balance of affordability. These are come back to what we want downtown to be and how to realize it, but so does parking. If downtown is a place for tourists, if it is a place for public facilities and amenities, it's inevitable that anyway, maybe it's time for a catch up. I've been through 3 downtown neighborhood plan processes and none of them were completed, but maybe it's time to check in on what exactly the functions of that downtown space are supposed to be, and then we might help us with sorting out commercial versus residential and others just like parking.
Go ahead, Mr. Velaniskis.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, if I could just respond. I think maybe the visioning piece is something that we could incorporate with our engagement process, sort of to kick it off. It's always good to go back to what is the vision going forward.
Thank you. And I'll keep the floor with you if you want to do a quick summary of what you've heard.
Sure, thank you. So I'm just gonna share my screen again. And by the way, I was not able to find the map. Anyways, I don't think I'm going to be able to get back to the presentation either. But there were a list of items that I've listed for consideration in 2023. So that was affordable housing as a density bonus, further incentivize 100% employment space, density transfer, explore lower cash and lieu rates for smaller parcels, evolve the Cleveland core step back into options, align with the public space design project for properties adjacent to important public spaces, review ground floor uses to ensure proper integration with public space, and establish minimum size parameters for employment use. So I didn't hear anything concerning from council regarding those topics. So maybe I'll just list off additional topics that I heard, which is in the engagement process, it's going to be very important to engage with both tenants and landowners. And we should be looking at managing that existing tenant tenures through the redevelopment process downtown. We certainly need to feed in any employment space model work into this, and that's a given, of course. The corner lots are very important. Viewscapes are very important. A variable skyline, and I believe council was referring to Cleveland in this case. So I see nodding around the table. That's great. Explore expanding the residential rental tenure idea, perhaps as a percentage in the zoning. Focus on functional employment space. So don't let's not try and incentivize the second floor space. Let's try to incentivize functional space. Should consider how will redevelopment affect Loggers Lane, the interaction with the street. Reevaluate the area for C4. So if we need to expand it in some places, then we should, once we have this new zone. There was general support for small lots staying small, especially on Cleveland Avenue in the redevelopment process. And there was strong interest on density transfer as an idea.
Thank you for the summary. Councillor Pettingill, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to check, because in the engagement, it was mentioned in terms of tenants and landowners. I just want to make sure, though, that the public aspect is very strong here. I see this very much as a public space with a lot of private operators, of course, but a very public space. So I think that, and I'm assuming that is included, but I just want to make sure of that.
Certainly. And I think we always try to include the greater public in any engagement process. I was just calling out that what we learned last time was that engaging with certain stakeholders, such as landowners, is very important to make sure that when it comes time for bylaw readings, everybody understands exactly what's going on and what the public opinion is.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further comments, Council? Not seeing any motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Velaniskis. Lots of work ahead. All right, next up we have Ms. Philps coming back on the district zoning bylaw 2200-2011, amendment bylaw 40480 Tantalus Road. I don't see Ms. Philp here or online. Nope. We will take a 5-minute recess and hope that she joins us. All right, everybody, welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are on item 3 sub 5, the district zoning bylaw amendment bylaw 40480 Tantalus Road, number 2660-2019. We have found Ms. Philp, and she's here with us to start her presentation. I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just get the presentation queued up here. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Asia Philp, planner with the Community Planning and Sustainability Department. Today, I'll be presenting the revised rezoning application for 40480 Tantalus Road, which proposes to rezone both the east and west sides of the property from rural residential 2 to a mixed-use comprehensive development zone. So today's objective is to get Council's broad feedback on the revised proposal. So the subject property is a hooked parcel. It's got land on both sides of Tantalus Road. The rezoning for the west side portion had previously been considered by Council at the May 2020 Committee of the Whole and was considered for first reading at the December 1st, 2020 regular meeting and was referred back to staff at that time. The rezoning application has now been revised to include both sides, and the applicant is seeking Council's feedback on this expanded development. The applicable district regulations are outlined here, along with the zoning map. The OCP land use designation is mixed-use commercial on the west side and residential neighborhoods on the east side. The current zoning is rural residential 2. The site is within development permit areas 1, 3, 8, and 11. The site is also within a flood hazard area. It's constrained by BC Hydro transmission lines on the west side, and there's extensive environmentally sensitive areas on the east side. So here's a bird's eye view looking south down Tantalus Road that shows the revised proposal, which is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 is on the west side, so that's on the right-hand side in this image, and it proposes a 6-story building. The first 2 stories are proposed as employment space, with residential in the 4 stories above. A total of 104 residential units are proposed as a mix of purpose-built market rental and affordable rental. Phase 2 is very similar to phase 1, so this is on the left-hand side. So they're proposing another 6-story building. Opposite, employment space is proposed again for the first 2 stories and 4 stories of residential above. There's another 104 residential units. These are proposed to be for sale market units. Phase 3 is proposed as a 100% for sale market apartment building with approximately 99 units over 5 stories, and that's the leftmost building. So the site plan is shown here. This is now showing phase 1 on the left-hand side of the plan. The red dotted line to the far left represents the corridor trail, and the perpendicular red line running through the site shows the pedestrian and cyclist connectivity from the corridor trail through the phase 1 development, going across Tantalus Road and connecting into the phase 2 and 3 sides. The green areas shown on the plan are all the common open space park areas. The jagged black dotted line to the right separates the environmentally sensitive areas on the east side, and these are shown in white. So a couple different angle views of the phase 2 and 3 proposal are shown here. The top is a bird's eye view of the east side portion looking north. The bottom is a bird's eye view of the same, but looking to the southwest. And this shows the park and the environmentally sensitive lands in the forefront. The applicants offered the following voluntary community amenity contributions, or CAC. So this is summarized in the right-hand column and presented in comparison to the district's CAC policy targets in the middle column. The applicant is offering 15% of the total residential GFA across all 3 phases as affordable rental housing. This exceeds the CAC policy target of 10%. 800,000 cash in lieu for critical amenities is offered. This falls short of the CAC policy target. 260,000 cash in lieu for active transportation and parks is also offered, and this meets the CAC policy target. The applicant is proposing additional amenities beyond the CAC policy. This includes offering a minimum 10% of total residential GFA as purpose-built market rental. The applicant has advised that if the rezoning is approved for all 3 phases, that they would commit to making all of phase 1 rental, and this would work out to approximately 19% of the total residential units being dedicated as market rental units. A minimum 2,500 square feet childcare facility is proposed. This would be located in either phase 2 or 3, with the space to be leased to a licensed operator. A space of this size could realistically accommodate approximately 15 infant children or 20 toddler children. Public art is also proposed, valued at approximately 100,000 in total, with half this funding going to a west side art installation and half going to an east side installation. And lastly, a car share program is also proposed, with 1 car provided in each phase. The 30% employment space is proposed in phases 1 and 2, but none is proposed in phase 3. The total employment space across the entire development is approximately 23%. Previously, for phase 1 only, staff had recommended a target of 25% employment space. This is given the project's location close to Garibaldi Village and also given the mixed-use commercial land use designation. The expected employment density in this development is approximately 200 jobs compared to a residential population of approximately 550 residents. Or to put it another way, the current employment space is likely to provide 2 jobs per every 3 dwelling units built. Excess parking is currently proposed across all of the phases. The parking on phase 1 is a mix of sunken parkade under the building and several rows of surface parking. The parking on the phase 2 and 3 site is proposed to be provided via a 2-story parkade under the podiums of the buildings, and the viability of this parkade would need to be assessed through a groundwater monitoring program. A minimum of 30% common open space is proposed for each side. So as this rezoning application was revised to include both the east and west sides, district staff required the applicant to post new development signs on site, and the updated proposal and the plans were reposted to the district's development showcase and advertised in our e-newsletter. Since the signs and the showcase were updated, we've received 9 new public comments or requests for a public information meeting, and staff are recommending that prior to going for first reading, that a public information meeting be held. That concludes my presentation for today, and I'll pass it back to the chair for the committee's questions and comments.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Philp. I will look around council for comments. All right, we'll start on the right and we'll make our way around. Councillor Race, go ahead.
Actually, it was going to be a question, but so I'm actually interested in the green space that's there because in my first term on council, the area on your first slide that was shown in purple in that corner, we actually zoned for, I think, about 48 small houses, small lot housing. But in the middle of that, somebody discovered a shrew, a dead shrew. And we kind of, for different reasons, that project just didn't go ahead. And as a counselor, I don't think we ever heard whether in fact that property was actually really infested with shrews, or whether, one had just wandered in there and met its demise, or whether it dropped from a bird or something like that. And so I'm just wondering, has there been evidence of it? I mean, the developer will be a shrewd person, not to make a pun of it, and won't want to be shrewd out of his property.
Through the chair. So the current proponent has done environmental assessments to check for federal species at risk, Pacific water shrew being one of those. I don't believe any of their environmental assessments found live living shrews, but it's certainly habitat that could accommodate, and that's what the federal legislation is geared towards, is protecting the habitat. And it's also, there's extensive riparian. It's very much kind of a wetland system in the back there. And so that's about approximately 65% of the rear of that east side is undevelopable and needs to be protected for the habitat.
So the second question related to that is what kind of protection? On Garibaldi Springs, when we went through the rezoning there, a significant portion of land was dedicated as sort of a nature reserve, for lack of a better term, where the public was actually discouraged from going into, or will be, as opposed to a park like Coho Park, which is also right in that area where people walk through and use it as a park without swings and so forth, but still it's a park. So are we talking about something like a nature reserve, or are we talking about where the public would be discouraged? Or are we talking about a park? Because if it's the former, then is there some kind of fencing or separation that will be built that the developer should be the developer that would actually have to put that in there to keep the public out of it and the people from their park out of it? And the third question is, and I don't personally know the type of vegetation on it. I didn't drive by there before, but there's a couple of spots where that line, that black dotted line, which seems to be quite deliberate because it's got all these zigs and zags in it, comes quite close to the building. And I started to think about our wildfire interface and whether we're actually, if there is enough separation, or are there spots where we have to take extra care?
Okay, through the chair, on your first question about kind of the nature reserve to be protected versus like a publicly usable park space, we haven't determined that yet. So the applicant's done the initial environmental assessments, but we haven't gone back to them to ask the question about should this be completely protected, or can there be, potentially a trail through or a trail connection to Hackgood Park or Coho Park. So we need to have that kind of next level of environmental follow-up done with the applicant, and that's with their QEP, and that the timing of that would likely be done kind of in the early stages in the initial readings before the public hearing. The intent of today really is to get council's feedback on the revised proposal to see if the applicant can move forward with doing all of those technical explorations. So that would include environmental and stuff on the servicing side. And on the second question, the black line, I believe, represents the required riparian setbacks, so the SPIA area that needs to remain protected.
Thank you for, go ahead, Councillor.
Well, and just my concern was, does that get too close to the buildings, keeping in mind our interface, wildfire interface areas?
Yep, so definitely we see a wide variety of setbacks from SPIAs and different developments. So in terms of preserving and protecting that area from a riparian perspective. Certainly the district, we try to get as large of setbacks as we can to avoid encroachment. And from a wildfire perspective, I believe the majority of the site is sort of young colonizers, deciduous type vegetation. So there's not much coniferous in the more western side of that portion.
Thank you. And we will just keep it to questions for now, and then we'll come around and do comments. Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. When we started the Garibaldi Estates planning process, this property was asked to be sort of included or considered, but at that time, we had the proposal, in my mind anyways, just to the western portion and not this expanded into these, the phase 2 and 3, I guess, we're using in this context. And I'm just curious how that fits in staff's work plan.
Yeah, through the chair, that's a really good question, and I would pass that along to Jonas Velaniskis.
Thanks, Asia. I believe for you, Chair, the applicants, so we've been talking to the applicants about whether it's going to be east side, west side, or both sides for a while now. And I think that when we started the neighborhood planning process, they were like, we were already engaged in talks about making this holistic. So I would say that, you know, we have enough rationale to keep these two processes separate.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I'm curious, the path that goes through the middle of the development and the middle of the both building in phase 1 and phase 2, where does it go? Is that just to service to help with sort of the residents of those complexes move about the complex and connect to the corridor trail? Because lands beyond, we've just discussed being environmentally sensitive. So when I first saw that, I was thinking maybe this was part of something that connected just as a pedestrian and cycling path into Coho Park or somewhere else that made sense for the trail network. Do you have any thoughts on that at this point?
Yep, through the chair. So for sure that connection is meant to provide internal connectivity and connection for the residents to the corridor trail and for the public to come through the development to access the employment space and future businesses there. That we'll have to do that additional work with the applicant and their QEP to determine if the feasibility of putting a trail through to Pat Good and to Coho Park. Certainly that's what we would desire, but the environmental situation is going to dictate whether that happens or not.
Thank you. And then I think my last question for now, so in your one of the slides you showed, so sort of highlighted that what pieces of this were meeting policy and which were falling short. And the one slide, the one column, which I believe was cash in lieu, was short. So that were the additional amenities on the next slide meant to compensate for that, or was there rationale for, or is there some other rationale for that just being not met?
Through the chair, I won't hazard what the applicant was trying to aim for in doing less critical amenity cash in lieu and providing all these other amenities that are outside of the CAC policy. But I will say that the 15% affordable housing is quite a bit above the 10% target that we aim for. And so perhaps they were thinking that the 15% well outweighs kind of the critical amenity cash in lieu shortfall.
Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. So I've seen this a couple of times now in staff reports about the City of Vancouver guidelines for childcare space. And I'm a bit curious if we haven't really adopted these officially, but what I'm seeing is that we have 2,500 square feet of childcare space, which according to the provincial childcare licensing would accommodate 60 children. And then we're saying, no, we're going to use these higher standards, but then we're only going to accommodate 20 children. And in a childcare crisis, I'm having a bit of a crisis myself of somehow exceeding provincial standards, but making it so that less families get access to childcare. So can you explain where we're sitting with these City of Vancouver standards and whether they're actually practical when you're so far behind in providing childcare?
Through the chair, I don't think I'm super well equipped to speak to that in detail. Probably Sarah McJanet would be a better person to address. But certainly the calculation, like the provincial standard is the bare minimum. And when you factor in building out space, walls, all of the amenities that need to go into the space to support, all of that 2,500 gets eaten away. And so when the licensing, when VCH comes in, often the space is already smaller than the 60 that we would have guessed at. So that's the absolute maximum that probably isn't actually realistically achievable. And so when we look at it from that perspective, the City of Vancouver factored in all of those additional space needs, and that's how they generated their calculation, which is like 3 times more than the provinces.
I think just some additional transparency for council as we make these decisions. I know we just used this standard on Hunter Place. It's appearing here, but I don't think this council has any visibility into why we're following it and what it looks like. But when I see numbers from 60 to 20, it makes my heart race a little bit when we're actually trying to get as many spaces as we can online. Can you talk a little bit about the employment space that's on the west side? This is actually the side that is zoned mixed use commercial, but it sounds to me like the first 2 floors of that building are for commercial, but it's actually not 2 floors. It's the height of 2 floors, but someone has the potential to maybe put in a mezzanine. So I'm curious how we're calculating the commercial space. I wasn't clear on the description, what is actually getting built here. 2 floors of commercial or overheight units, and some might have a mezzanine.
Through the chair, can I share my screen and I'll pull up some floor plans that might make that a little bit more clear.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, so this is the west side building, and this is the first story. One is on the left-hand side, and then the middle plan is the second story employment space. And so when you compare the left-hand side to the middle, you can see that some of the units are 2-story open. So it's a unit that is a full 2 stories tall. They have the opportunity to build mezzanine space in there if they want to. And then a portion, the middle section that is highlighted here, and these shaded yellow units are actually 2nd-story employment space. So it's a mix of both.
How does that affect our calculation of, are we including the potential for mezzanine or just including what's offered on the lower floor?
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure. I think it's including the mezzanine space, but we can certainly detail that out when we bring this back so that you know exactly what space we're counting.
And then in our mud zones, we often want that oversized height. For a lot of employers are looking for that, but I'm not sure it's 2 full stories high. And so what's the difference between what we look for in sort of a higher ceiling height versus a whole story?
Yeah, we know through our employment space research that I believe 14 feet is kind of the minimum for a functional commercial unit, especially if you're needing additional ventilation, that kind of stuff. But a desire for a full double overheight. I'm sure that there's some specific businesses. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but certainly I think that it's great to have the flexibility to accommodate that. And then if they don't desire that, then they can go with the mezzanine approach and build in that second story.
Okay, if going across the street now, I see phase 3, but phase 3 has no relationship to the street at all. Like the massing of phase 2 blocks it off completely except for a driveway. And I wonder what staff's thoughts are around. I thought most of our development permit area guidelines talk about a relationship to the public realm, a relationship to the street, and this one is basically a driveway.
Through the chair, we don't have any strong feelings of the location for phase 3. Phase 2 fronts the street and provides that pedestrian experience. Yeah, no further comments on that.
And then my last question is, when would we get an understanding of the parkade viability if this moves forward through readings? When would we know that? Because being able to sync the parkade has an impact on the density.
Yep, good question through the chair. So normally there needs to be a minimum of the hydrology equipment being in the ground over a full wet season. I believe we count that a minimum of 3 months over the winter. And so with the passing of this winter, the applicant, unless they already have that equipment in the ground, this would likely be something that they need to complete next winter.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Finch, Councillor Anderson, and Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks, Chair. There isn't anything in the staff report that references the affordable housing initiatives in this project back to the newly created Affordable Housing Society. So has the potential involvement of the society come up in any of the discussions with the proponent?
Through the chair, we haven't discussed that, and that would be great feedback to receive from council today.
Okay, so my next question was, is there an opportunity for that, which you've just answered. Yeah, and then I'll just throw in some context to that, and thinking back to our discussion this morning of the Upper Finch Drive project, with that project looking like, or indicating that the proponent wants to donate at least 2 apartment units to the society. So we already have a precedent of a developer that's looking to do that. So potential guideline there. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
My first question, Ms. Phelps, concerns a traffic impact study. It must be completed by the applicant. Can you speak to its scope, and in particular, where the Garibaldi Way, Tantalus Road intersection fits in that study? And I do assume that our engineering department is undertaking parallel work with planning, perhaps concerning that intersection. But could you speak to the scope of this present applicant's traffic impact study?
Yeah, through the chair. So previously, when this went for first reading, we were recommending that a traffic impact study be completed before second reading. We would recommend that that's still a good timeline to stick to ensure that the traffic can be handled. And certainly the district engineering department would work to set up a terms of reference that would most likely include that intersection, along with any of the other critical Highway 99 intersections that might be used here.
Thank you. My next question concerns the design of the public park. And I wonder, Ms. Phillips, whether you may be able to refer to either the public park preliminary concept sketch or even the last slide that you had before we opened up for questions, which did include a kind of a 3D visual of the park that may help me clarify my question.
Through the chair, do you want the site plan, maybe?
Site plan, that would do. Fine, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Very good. We have in the north part portion of that park a multi-purpose space, and in the southerly round polygon there is a nature play area, and in the middle, bisected by the pedestrian route, is an open space. In the neighborhood where I grew up, we were quite some distance from a playing field, which would have been Squamish Elementary. It was almost a kilometer. The distance between this site and the nearest playing field is about 750 meters. It's quite a distance. And even through on a bike or even using the corridor trail, you're going through some fairly congested area. So my question is whether a small scale playing field might be entertained for that park, considering the distance that we have to Malcolm Elementary School. So I took the size of the one in my neighborhood at the time was about 30 meters by 18 meters, sort of a small size. No, we're not going to put in a football field here because it's 100 meter north to south as it is. But so I tried to plot it in there, and I came to asking whether the meandering trail, the north-south trail, is really needed or practical, and whether the interests of youth in outdoor playing space for kicking a ball, small softball game, and I'm speaking about youth in terms of preteen, early teen age, that I think we need to give some consideration to this. And I wonder whether we might entertain that. And that would imply some adjustments to the proposed picnic plaza, a couple of trees there. So my question is, and maybe it really is a suggestion, Ms. Phelps, is whether we could explore an opportunity to incorporate a small playing field for youth in that park area. I'll leave it at that.
Yep, through the chair. So my only comments back would be that it's something that staff could look at with the applicant, but it would probably be good to look at this holistically to see what other park infrastructure gaps there might be within this neighborhood, and try to take more of that holistic view. Like, is there a playing field or a small field coming in with Garibaldi Springs park planning, or, you know, like what are the main gaps in the neighborhood?
Thank you. That's helpful. I would agree.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pettingill and myself on the list. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll start with the park. I'm just wondering, in the diagram, this is the park to the west, sort of sandwiched between the parking lot and the highway. There's hydro lines going over there, and in the images, it looks like there's plans for trees and so on. But are we actually precluded from having trees and all of that? Like, would it be sort of grass and picnic tables, but no real trees because of the hydro lines?
Yep, through the chair, you're on the right track. There's certain requirements for what you can plant and not under those transmission lines. So we would certainly be limited by that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any data on the success of car share so far? I'm not sure how many have gone forward at developments, but do we know how successful those have been?
Through the chair, that's outside of my wheelhouse. And I would just invite, if perhaps Gary Buxton is on the line, if he can comment on how we're seeing any of the current ones functioning.
Mr. Velaniskis, I saw you pop up. Please go ahead.
I can just speak to development driven because we've had a few developments commit to that. And the one that comes to mind, I think most recently, is Waterfront Landing, where there's car share built into zoning for reduced parking requirements. And so we have a few car share vehicles in Squamish that are operated by one operator, and we haven't really seen the expansion yet. I think they're still looking at feasibility before expanding those services. So there hasn't been any recent expansion, beyond the initial, I believe, 3 vehicles that we got a few years ago.
Okay, thank you. And then coming back to the mayor's question about daycare spots, I mean, this proposes housing for a lot of cars, as I would sort of see it, and presume that means a lot of kids as well. When I look at our childcare action plan and our CAC policy, as I read those, on a development of this size, we should expect to exceed our target availability rate to not make the broader childcare challenge worse. But it's not clear to me. I'm assuming we have some sort of metric, like with 200 units of this sort, you'd expect X number of kids, and therefore to hit above our childcare target, we should be looking for this number of spaces. But I'm not clear on what that number of spaces are, and if this is hitting that. And if we don't know that, is that something we can look into?
Through the chair, yep, that's definitely a detail and an analysis that we can bring forward with first reading.
Okay, thanks. And then one more maybe thing to come back with. I believe last time we asked about renderings to see this in relation to the spectacle, to get a size of the scale of the height. Again, sort of like last time, the renderings, it looks roughly the size of the same height as the spectacle, but it has, I think, more stringent FCL requirements, and it's 2 more stories. So I would expect it to be actually quite a bit higher in comparison. And so I'm having trouble really contextualizing it compared in understanding how it transitions to the neighborhood. I know we're thinking about a fire hall with some building on top, but just how these pieces fit together, and is this like a giant thing with nothing around, or is there some sort of transition there? So can we maybe ask for some sort of renderings at least showing more clearly the context of this relative to the spectacle?
Through the chair, yep. Let me share my screen. I'm not sure where it is embedded in your agenda package, but one of the applicant's design packages did show that a comparison in heights with the spectacle. So it's not easy to see here, but I did pull the below graphic from the applicant's architectural package. And so you can see the spectacle building on the left-hand side and the proposed building along Tantalus kind of in the middle.
Okay, thanks. I missed that drawing. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Is that all for now, Councillor Pettingill? If it's helpful, it's page 94 of our package. I just found it. A few questions of my own, and then I'll go back around the horseshoe. Ms. Philp, what's the definition of mixed-use commercial? I tried to find it in our zoning bylaw, but I couldn't.
Yep, through the chair. So that I would say is a general catch-all where there's some combination of residential and employment space mixed together. But it is definitely a catch-all and a broad term. So when we develop the draft zone, the CD zone for this, we would have the list of employment spaces, and that would give you a much clearer idea of what could go in here.
That's helpful. And just to clarify, on the east side of Tantalus, that's meant to be neighborhood residential and doesn't specifically include commercial. Is that correct?
Through the chair, are you referring to the OCP land use designation? So the description of that includes neighborhood commercial uses. And then it also says when it's in close proximity to a neighborhood node, this can actually be mixed residential and commercial.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I guess my other question was around the proposed unit breakdown. And I think we had this conversation last time this came forward, but I'm still not seeing it reach that 20% policy for the 3-bedroom unit breakdown. And is that something that was at all addressed by the proponent? I'm guessing those conversations didn't happen given what's in front of us.
Through the chair, this is specifically, the table is for only the first phase building for the rental building. And we don't have a unit breakdown for the other 2 phases. So it's challenging for us to know what the unit breakdown is across the whole thing, but certainly they're not hitting the target for the first phase.
Okay. And then picking up on our last conversation around this as well, there was a fair bit of question and discussion around kind of the tunneling of the active transportation network and how accessible that would actually be, and the challenge that it creates in terms of stairs going up and stairs going down, and if you have bikes going through. And my sense is that that also hasn't changed between the two proposals, and I just want to make sure that I'm correct there. There's been no alteration.
Yeah, through the chair, you're correct. It would be something that we would certainly tackle at the development permit stage to ensure that there is accessibility both from Tantalus Road and coming from the corridor trail. So we certainly wouldn't abandon that, but there is a height difference in order to accommodate the partially sunken parkade and achieve the FCL that we need on the site.
Thank you. All right, council staff are looking for specific feedback. I mean, well, general feedback, not on anything specific, but this is a broad discussion that we're having. Feel free to ask more questions, but I will just go around and start to collect comments as we go through here so that we can try and wrap up this conversation. I have Councillor Race and then Councillor Herford on my list.
Thank you. So the question actually, and it was touched on, I think, by Councillor Finch, that somebody about the height. And my recollection from the first time this came to us was being concerned about the height. Is this the same height that we saw previously, or has it changed at all? The 6 stories on the podium.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if this is the same height as what you had seen previously. It's certainly the same number of stories. The previous iteration did not actually have a partially sunken parkade under the building. They were achieving they had raised it up to the FCL. So I don't think that that affected things, but they are proposing overheight employment space. And then I believe the top residential story is also a little bit taller. So the height, I believe, yeah, the height is currently proposed at 24 meters or 79 feet.
Thank you. So my comment would be I'm still concerned about the height, particularly being very close to the spectacle, which is 4 floors. There's 2 other commercial buildings on that side of Tantalus as you go north. And I don't know specifically, but my recollection is that they are closer to 4 or 5 stories. And this one, probably because of the podium, is about 1.5 meters or 2 meters higher than the ones we looked at this morning at the end of Finch Drive, which were 6 stories. So that's a concern for me. We're sort of establishing with this proposal a new standard on Tantalus and whether we really want to go quite that high. I'm also concerned about the traffic. That is a tricky area, I think, as we all know, particularly around the intersection that Councillor Anderson highlighted. But going back to the height, I'll put it simply, for me, anything beyond 4 stories here is negotiable. And as Councillor French pointed out, and as we discussed this morning, in return for density, I think our housing society is looking for fee simple units. And I'll just leave that comment with staff.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I'm actually going to go to Mayor Elliott for comments in case she needs to step out.
Thank you, Chair. I definitely appreciate the dedication to affordable and market rental in this. I still think the connection of the corridor trail through the parking lot, like the middle of the parking lot and then through the middle of the development, is weird and dangerous. So I'd rather see it go to one end of the building and just have an entrance on one side, and then cyclists and pedestrians can have the other side. I think we have to consider that relationship to the single family home, just to make sure we're not disrupting them. So which north or south of the massing on the west side? I'm not sure where the connection to the corridor trail should go, but it'd be weird to send your kids through the middle of a parking lot. If you're trying to create independence, that would make me as a parent nervous. I'd rather see them going down one side and connecting through the park and the corridor trail that way. I like Councillor Anderson's idea for just creating space to kick a ball around or throw a ball around. Smart. I do need more clarity on the childcare space and what it all means in terms of how many families will be living in these phases and how many spaces we actually need, and therefore how big it should be. We've dedicated affordable rental units to childcare workers where there is childcare being provided. So I think I'd like to see that. We certainly should consider fee simple units for the housing authority. I still think the massing and its relationship to the north is missing the mark for me. So one, I wonder if on the west side where it's mixed commercial, whether we should break the massing up and have a purpose-built commercial building in that area, maybe 4 floors, and then one that's more sort of traditional commercial on the bottom and residential above, that would be 4 or 5 stories potentially. And then you can really, I think a lot of comments around the last time were just the public realm and thinking about more of a courtyard or a gathering space or a really big patio space for a restaurant potentially, or just something that helps with that transition into the neighborhood to the north. The massing on the east side, I think, is the same thing. Although you could argue it really only touches 2 houses, it goes from 6 stories to a single family home. And I feel like this is an opportunity to maybe introduce fee simple row homes there for a little bit before you go up. And I think pushing the massing in from the south side so that you could create more of an entranceway and potentially a better public realm back to phase 3. It's weird to me that it's just tucked back there. And again, it's a pretty sizable building. It's got a huge massing. And I wonder if there's just an opportunity in this big lot to maybe introduce some of those missing middle housing forms that we have been talking about for Garibaldi estates, and still provide some of the density that the developer is after. So I still think there isn't sort of that attention to creating a public realm and gathering spaces, and that the transition to the single family homes to the north is still awkward to me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I guess I'll start with the trail through the middle, and to a certain extent, it depends if we can connect to points beyond. If we can go points beyond, then that sort of drives a higher traffic through there, and is a different need, or is a different. It just changes the context of it completely to me. Whether it's just the development, whatever shape it ends up taking, accessing the corridor trail through there. Or if it's to points beyond, which would have a totally different traffic, pedestrian and cycling traffic. So I think we all have concerns around the overall vehicle traffic in the area, and those studies will be closely scrutinized. So I look forward to seeing those. But last time I saw this, the massing was a concern, and it still is. I like the articulated roof line. I think is interesting, but given the heights of these buildings, I don't think you'll be able to step back far enough to see those. So for me, it's we have that issue on the north and south side of the building. So maybe those first 2 peaks, as I'm looking at page 94. Thank you for pointing that out. That shows that shows the height. It is quite a bit larger than the spectacle, and I think that if we step back, maybe potentially look at stepping back, maybe even both ends of this, or particularly the north end. If I look at building 1, would be helpful. Now I don't know how that's accomplished. There's some suggestions around complete redesign with multiple buildings or something. What I'm looking at or what I have in front of me needs to, I think should integrate better with the neighborhood. And I guess the same could be said for building 2. And then building 3, in some ways it's north of the properties, so it shouldn't have, the traditional concerns we have with these buildings are shading neighbors. And but that interface there is going to be fairly shocking to the neighborhood. And I wonder what can be done to soften that. I can see the environmental constraints of the site and sort of driving to wanting to position something there, but it feels like a lot. So I would look at different. I'd love to see a different form come forward. Whether those are again different, maybe multiple buildings on top of a podium that create a little bit more space between to not make it, to break it up somewhat, or some sort of stepping and making it architecturally interesting might take the edge off, but that's a tough one. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with that. And as I've just said, a few things that are, reducing. I do also, I'm also going to highlight the fee simple units being worked into the equation here somehow. And I'll leave it to staff and the proponent to figure out what that looks like. And also, and I'm curious what the Vancouver childcare standard, and just, I think we should formalize what we're operating on, whether we're because often we speak about it in the number of childcare spaces. I know that depends a bit on the sort of the target market for that for the daycare spaces, but at the same time, I'd like to make sure that we're all of us in this room and also the public really understand what it is when we're speaking about that. So that's sort of a bit of an aside to this particular project, but it's highlighted here for me. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. But the biggest takeaway is this interface to the neighborhood. I don't think has improved from the last iteration.
Thank you, Councillor Herford. I'll go Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. Ms. Phillips, during our last earlier discussion this afternoon on the downtown C4 zoning, a couple of councillors, including myself, raised the matter of how we might apply what we're learning and what information is being produced from the Planning Department and Economic Development Department joint effort at employment space modeling. How can we bring that information to this project to inform it and inform our review of the employment space, commercial space proposals? A suggestion, if maybe that this project can also inform that modeling exercise and how we can use it ongoing in future. Secondly, I note that the public art is a substantial investment proposed of $100,000. And I'll quote from the developer's Urban West Architecture's note here. The developer will continue to work with Squamish Arts Council to determine appropriate art installations. I would like to suggest, due to the scale of this investment and its importance for our building a public art portfolio throughout the community, that it is the selection process, the tendering, which might be a collaboration with the Arts Council. In particular, the process of selection. And as we mature in our public art programming, I think that's very important. And a project of this scale, I think it would benefit that ongoing process of developing public art. So to work with the Arts Council, not only on installation ideas or locations, but on the selection process and the tendering. I note in the same document, there's a reference to Squamish Helping Hands Society employment options, and this is very welcome. Last week, Council discussed a letter from a local citizen drawing attention to the City of Vancouver Community Benefits Agreement Policy. And that policy document, several of them that were passed on to us from the City of Vancouver, discussed community benefits in the context of circular economy also. And this type of initiative was solidly addressed in the City of Vancouver policy. I think we should welcome it here. Of course, this is not new, and the same developer or other developers are doing this. However, the City of Vancouver document and community benefit agreements policy discussions elsewhere are also addressing local procurement and building materials, building services, construction services. And I think were we to have a community benefits agreements policy in place in Squamish, and considering our circular economy dialogue and initiatives, I think that this is something we should promote and ask the developers. I know the Chamber of Commerce actually does in its, if you were to ask the Chamber for a letter of support for your development, they're going to ask you about local procurement policy. So this is something that I think would be welcome alongside the gesture here of local hiring. Finally, I'm looking at the page design rationale, and there's a few things that pop up for me. I'll quote, "The details of the raised podium and site furniture to reference the industrial legacy of Squamish." And I have to ask myself, why? Why the past? Why not the future? And especially we're talking about building materials, and with reference to my earlier point, why don't we reference and promote the industrial future of Squamish, and specifically local building material industries? And we have a lot of them. It's an important sector for us, and it should be a growth sector. It's significant here because we're dealing with a large-scale set of buildings, and typically the outsourcing of materials and construction services is 95%. We can do better. We should do better working with the developers. Another point here, quote, the design of the proposed buildings is comprised of 4 main components, each of which celebrates the cultural and natural heritage of Squamish. Well, I'd like to bring forward, maybe we should encourage more consideration of circular economy here. I'm not sure what cultural and natural heritage of Squamish, what that might translate to, but let's think also of circular economy, celebrate the resources and human resources that we can develop here. And the building industry can do a lot to help us. Finally, the pedestrian breezeway. The breezeway is clad in wood fins featuring public art, which celebrates the cultural history of Squamish and the surrounding community. Why? Why not invest in new cultural expression? Turn the artists loose, turn the designers loose, turn the architects loose. At this location, I do agree that there's other locations where we would pay more attention to this or consider it. But we don't have a district heritage strategy map. Like there's places like Eagle Run in Brackendale, Hop Farm, downtown at Main Street, railway station. But here we had silage and cows, pasturage. That's the history of this site. So I don't think we should limit ourselves or a public art tendering to such a limited scope. Why not be free and invent a new culture for Squamish? I don't think we should have developers should be obliged to, kind of cite this stuff. And hopefully one day we will have an overall kind of document that will give some guidance to developers with regard to when and how to celebrate heritage. Again, the public art, which came up there, I think that the selection process, working with the Arts Council, and an open process, a competitive one that brings something new. And I think I would suggest that that should be the direction we might consider. Thank you.
Councillor French, then Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks, Chair. I think the childcare facility needs to be built in phase 2, as phase 3 is too far out. We need these daycare spaces now. or as soon as possible. This property has ample green space, and a community garden plaza is identified in the northeast corner. I applaud that, and I'd like to see something similar in the site plan for the western part of the development once we start to see more detail on the other side. And we should keep in mind that proximity to Garibaldi Springs, with its large open grass spaces and potentially linking to Pat Good Park, which also has a large open grass field, if a trail can be built to connect to that park. So the earlier thoughts about a large grass field on the western portion of this property, I don't know that it's so important because of those large grass areas close by. The proposed number of 3-bedroom units in the development needs to meet the minimum set out in the official community plan at build out. So I recognize that maybe in phase 1 we won't hit the number, but overall for the entire project, I think it's important to see those 3-bedroom units reaching the number we're looking for. I'm comfortable with the proposed heights in this project. And I agree with the mayor that the east-west connector trail through the development should avoid going through the middle of the parking lot. Deking out to the either north or south edges makes way more sense to me, particularly keeping young children safe. It's crazy to send them through the middle of a parking lot. And as noted earlier with my question, I support the Housing Society being involved in some way or another in this project. And I also support the Arts Council involvement in the project as outlined by Councillor Anderson, while applauding the applicant for the level of public art detail that's been provided so far with the project information. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill, then myself, then back to Councillor Race.
Thank you. A few comments. I didn't notice it, and maybe I missed it, but would be interested in seeing not-for-profit daycare, or at least daycare that's going to qualify for some of the $10 a day programs. It's not just spaces, but cost that's an issue. So I think that's something worth pursuing. I'm not sure that a car share is a high priority here. I guess I have some skepticism about the effectiveness of these and whether or not they're really doing what's needed. So if there's places to compromise, maybe that is a place. And I think I do expect, there will be all sorts of autonomous non-owned vehicles and so on. Not sure that dedicating 1 or 2 car share spots is going to make the difference for that, though. More generally, and put on my broken record again, I think we have to sort out our parking requirements. For me, adding close to 500 cars here with the concerns we hear raised all the time just doesn't make sense. And I share some of my colleagues' concerns about the height and massing of this. And if that's sort of going to come with also 500 cars, and we know that the intersection challenges there, that just tells me, unless we can figure out a solution where we need less cars and less parking, maybe we need to think about 3 stories. And like we're doing with the fire hall, armor them and then build it up when we figure out the parking solution. And when the rest of the neighborhood grows up, maybe this can grow up a little at that time too. And that's not the only way to deal with some of these things, but some thoughts that are coming to my mind. We've seen 3 developments now that formally are talking to the developers are ready to go for no gas covenant for the whole thing. And so personally, I think with our climate crisis, and if developers are looking for this sort of density, that's definitely the sort of thing I would like to see. I see all this sort of on the map anyways, or on the diagrams, really great green space once you get past the wall of buildings down each side of Tantalus. But the interface to the street for me is really lacking in that. What I think is a need for more green space and more interaction to some of that, what I hope will be somewhat public space as well. And I agree with the comments. It doesn't make sense to have this little park sort of sandwiched on the west side between a big parking lot and the highway and have kids going right through the middle. I would more intuitively put the green space right up against the building and have the parking lot up against the highway. And maybe there's some other options there. I don't love the fact that regardless of where you put the west side green space, there's those big power lines which buzz and crackle all the time right over top. So I think there is some work to do around the types of structures and how they're organized and how this interfaces with the rest of the neighborhood. I think it's still for me a little bit too much at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I'll make some comments and then go to Councillor Race, Councillor Herford, and then we'll try and wrap it up. So for me, I think the biggest challenge with this proposal still is the massing. I think we had a long conversation about that when just the west side of the proposal came forward back in 2020. And I don't see much has changed from that. I think this is actually just carbon copied onto the east side, and then they've plunked another 5-story building in behind it for phase 3. So there's a big question there for me. It's both the height and the massing. I don't think it addresses the interface and the public realm component. Both north and south, there's RS1 zoning. And so I think we need to think a little bit differently about how these buildings interact on either side with their neighbors, whether that is phasing the step backs from kind of that northern end to a high point, whether it's breaking out in an employment commercial only building and then having a bit more of a traditional retail on the bottom and residential taller building next to it. I think that there's different things that can be done here, but I'm not super encouraged by the block on top of a block at the moment. I also think that a lot of work needs to be done on the traffic impact study. Realize that won't come to us until second reading, which I think is fine, but that information does need to come forward. We're suggesting, I think that helps to figure out what actual density can be supported here. I do agree that this is an area as per our OCP that we want to direct a certain level of higher density. I think this area can support it. It is close to transit, it's walkable. But I do think we need to be cognizant about how we introduce that into this neighborhood. The childcare spaces, like my colleagues, I think we just need some clarity as to which standards we're following and why. Like the mayor mentioned, it's challenging to think that we're going to lose 40 spaces just as a result of different standards. I also support the direction of pulling in some of the affordable units for fee simple units to the Housing Society, and that may result in a reduction in the number of market rental. I'm willing to negotiate there on how those come to us, but I think that that's going to be an important piece moving forward. Similar to Councillor Finch, the unit mix, achieving that 30% in terms of 3-bedroom units will be critical. And I think that has to be on all the buildings. I don't think that's necessarily just across the development as a whole. And that needs to be also achieved for the specific for market rental and for affordable housing. I think my council colleagues have spoken to a lot of the other points that I had. The other one was just the energy efficiency and the no gas covenant. I didn't see anything in the report around that. So where the developer is looking to fall on those components, we are in a climate emergency, as we know. So hoping that in future, there'll be further details around what that will look like in terms of the energy efficiency, building materials, and how the building will be, what the energy source will be. With that, I will pass it back over to Councillor Race and then Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Just quickly, a couple of comments that occurred to me listening to my fellow councillors. The break between the buildings, I actually liked the separation. It provides covered space. It also provides more active and maybe saleable commercial space coming down the sides of it. The Spectacle building has had a difficult time with tenants who are on the west side of their building away from Tantalus. And so this, to some extent, will help alleviate that. However, I tend to agree with other comments that that's not the place to send kids on bicycles. And while I like the open space, I think the idea of rerouting the path down one side or the other is quite appropriate. As far as phase 3 goes, and the comment around that, one thought that occurred to me was just angling the building, more or less following, not exactly, but more or less following the boundary of the riparian area. And then also taking the park that's on right now as proposed on the north side of phase 3, the little park setting, and putting that on the south side, so it's actually opened also to that residential neighborhood next to it and a little bit more inviting for them. And that might help soften the sort of the abruptness of that building being there, right, more or less right in their backyards, and change the viewscapes and the angles and just be not quite as much of a 5-story wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. And I wanted to talk about these breezeways as well. And I do like them for that covered space, sheltered from the wind. So some of the images of those spaces were looked good. You could have some tables out there. You could sit out there in a cold, rainy day, and the wind wouldn't be howling through. And you could have some heat lamps maybe, and it could be okay. But it's not that true connection. And I do really like the idea of having a space when you get out of your vehicle to go to. I find some parking spaces or some parking areas are specifically designed for vehicles, but once you get there and you use it as intended, you get out and now you're in a vehicle only designed space and you have to walk down the drive aisle or something else. So I do like having that. So those elements do serve a purpose, and I like that, but I don't think, but I agree with my fellow councillors around the multi-use path kind of going through the middle of that being problematic. But I do like those elements on their own, just not the way that the use is proposed. So I just want to make sure I got that in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Philp, you got a lot of feedback. I think I heard general consensus. I've been taking notes. So do you want me to summarize, or do you have a list there that you'd like to go over?
I'm happy to run through my list and we can see if it matches with your list.
Great, go ahead, please.
All right, so I have concerns about the height, concerns about the traffic. For sure, we'll need to do the traffic study. Concerns about the corridor trail connection and perhaps exploring pushing that either to the north or the south. Consideration to the programming of the park space, perhaps a small field, but dependent on what our needs are in the neighborhood. We need more detail on the childcare offer, and we need to reconcile that with what our district standards will be, whether that's provincial or going with the higher Vancouver level. Housing society units certainly desired. Lots of comments around the massing, and it's not currently hitting the mark. So exploring shifting massing, breaking the buildings up, or perhaps breaking the uses up into an employment-specific building. Looking just at the east side, we need a better transition with the massing to the single family to the south, and perhaps exploring pushing that more into that middle area park space and angling the 5-story building. Looking at that was the massing comments, and then just the need to tie into our general employment space work and the employment space policies that we have going there. So we'll bring that back for first reading. The public art process should be a strong collaboration with the Arts Council, particularly on the selection process. Consideration to local procurement and how to factor that in. Positive comments around the breezeway. Need for the 3 bedrooms to hit the 20% policy, and including the phase 1 rental building. Concern for viability of the car share. Maybe that's not as an important consideration. And looking at ensuring that the energy efficiency, energy sources, and building materials are aligned with our policies, and further comment on that at first reading.
That's great. Thanks. The only other things that I had around the childcare spaces were consideration of timing and the phasing of those, when that will come in, and ensuring that we're securing a nonprofit operator first right of refusal as we have done. Councillor Herford, did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you. So in the notes there, the massing concerns were, you said, just to the east building, but I have the same concerns on that west building. So just want to make sure it wasn't exclusive.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else had anything that? Councillor Pettingill?
And maybe I'm on my own here, but I think that the density and massing and height, those pieces are going together for me. And personally, I wouldn't say just because we sort out the massing and height, we can ignore the density piece.
All right, thank you for that context. So Council, we have a staff recommendation that Council receive the 40480 Tantalus Road rezoning report from Community Planning and Sustainability dated March 8th for information, provide feedback as was reiterated by Ms. Philp, and that prior to consideration of first reading, a public information meeting be held and staff be directed to work with the applicant to resolve any comments provided by Council. Councillor Race, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wanted to be clear on the process. So I'm wondering what comes first. Will it come back to committee of the whole with any changes that came out of this discussion and then go to public information, or the other way around?
Through the chair, I think that's open for discussion with the applicant, depending on whether they want to do a more considered redesign or stick with the proposal that they have. So if there's some, if the scale of changes is warranted, then we'll come back to committee to get additional feedback before doing a public information meeting. I think the PIM timing should be right before we go for first reading when a lot more stuff is settled out.
Thank you. So I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor French. Any comments, further comments? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Philp. Thank you very much, Council. Council, we will take, or I'll entertain a motion to close, please. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race. Any opposed? Motion carries. And we will take a break so that Harley can manage our IT, and we will come back in 15 minutes. Is that going to be enough time? Thumbs up. All right. So we'll come back in 15. 3:25. Thanks for doing the math, Councillor Race.